Oh my goodness. Hello there, Raiders. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on into tonight's Longboy Club meeting and everyone that joined us at the start of tonight's pre-show. For those of you who are unaware, my name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Longboy Club. I'm the long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, not being sick anymore, and my stinky cats.
Hello,
tonight,
Mario.
Did you always use 60 FPS, or this is a new thing? It's a semi-new thing. We used to use it, and then my PC hardware just decided to stop being good. But I recently underwent an upgrade. An upgrade so good that the homunculus just had to come back from his vacation. Oh my god.
Imaginary promo: the members of the Long Boy Club jumped me, and I cut a promo accusing you, saying IT has GirafaStev written all over IT. Your promo is how you respond. Mention the times I booed you at the start of past streams in your promo.
What?
What?
Okay, cool. Here, let me get myself together here then. How are you, Stev? Hold on. Well, Marion, if you must know, I'm doing pretty poorly because I got these slap nuts back here putting my name on the wall, accusing me of stuff that I had no part in. I don't even know what it is that they're accusing me of. It says on the wall right now, it has GirafaStev written all over it. And the only thing that GirafaStev is written on is this wall behind me. And it has to be the work of one and only person. And not just one person, but an entire collective group. And it is only because of you people that my name is on the wall right now. I don't know what it is that you have me accused of, but I swear to God that if any of you step up and want to take me on, I'm not a hard person to find. Come and get some, brother.
Get it.
Imaginary promo. Dude, that promo's not imaginary. I just did it. I just fucking did it. Hi everyone. How are you all doing tonight? Welcome on in to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. Tonight we're going to be doing the thing that we set out to do here, like on Tuesday, and that is play Mario Superstar Baseball. But before we do that,
hello, Mario.
Chat, I need to ask you something. And that question is, what the hell is this? because my roommate about a month ago walked in with these two soaps right here. I don't know if I would clap for these, but thank you for clapping for the promo. I was befuddled that this existed. Hey, did you hear that about the LA psychic who tells your fortune by smelling your breath? They call her the Super California Mystic Expert Halitosis.
What?
Hold on. give me a second here. Give me just a second here.
What?
What?
I know what you're... Dude. I feel like I'm outside of the demographic for that. I'm sorry. It's just a dumb pun. Hey, Steph, what is the internal temperature of a tauntaun? What is it? Tell me. What are the tauntauns? It's lukewarm. Okay, that one was good.
Hello, Mario.
Okay, but speaking of Star Wars, there is Star Wars soap on this too. But before we take a look at that, I just need to show you guys this, because this is absolutely befuddling to me. Have you ever wanted to smell like wrestlers? Chat? Zach, have you ever wanted to smell like a wrestler?
Not really.
Absolutely, yes you have. Well, now you can. Also, Watch uses Dr. Squatch. I guess I use it now too, because my roommate came in like a month ago, and he plopped this down in front of me. He plopped these two soaps down in front of me, and they are as follows. Step into the ring, son, with the ultimate tag team. What? Built to bring the smackdown to your shower routine, son. Featured the cold, brutal strength of Stone Cold Stunner and the high-flying energy of that goddamn Mysterio magic. This duo delivers a top rope 619 and a can of whoop ass, leaving you fresh, what? Fired up, what? And ready to raise hell. Oh, hell, yeah.
Do you understand me?
But chat, yeah, my roommate brought these into me, right? And he was like, take your pick, right? because he was like, I'm gonna use one and you can use the other. And I was like, well, you know, out of both of these guys, I like Mysterio more, and also I like his Senton paper more. Because apparently his thing has fresh lime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And smoky mezcal, I think is how you say it, with a light grit.
Mm.
Now, chat and Zach, I must ask you this as well, right?
Yeah.
What in the goddamn is 619 extract?
What is 619 extract?
Because when I think of 619 extract, I think of a nice vacation to San Diego. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, this soap now smells like the Bayside during the summertime, and my multicultural integration. It's my two favorite things. Yes. That's the juices from Rey Mysterio's left knee. Ew.
Oh no!
Ew. having worked in a hospital setting, I guarantee you don't want the juices from anyone's left knee. But by contrast, if you don't want left knee juices, you need to get the Stone Cold Stunner.
Messieurs, et bienvenue au Long Boy Club. L'endroit nous mettons allons out si qui touche au cachetto baseball, pendant que grignote des Cheetos.
Gesundheit. But alternatively, you could smell like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Or as this graphic says, smell like whoop ass. With notes of tough leather and sandalwood, son. With that heavy grit. Believe me, I would know about left knee juices being not good after today's event, so I'm sorry, Infinite. Well, hopefully today's show can help you out a little bit. And also featuring beer.
Why do I want to smell like beer?
Zach, do you want to smell like beer?
No.
Do you want to smell like hops? I don't really. But like, I don't know. Ow. A soap featuring beer scent doesn't sound all that good, honestly.
Nope.
I will say that, you know, a soap featuring beer, rather anything that features beer and heavy grit, is definitely a fun night to be had. So, because, son, I down a couple of beers, a couple of those old Steve Weisers, son, and then I hit her with the heavy grit. And then I hit her with the grit, heavy style, and that's all I gotta say about that. Beer. That'll totally attract the ladies. Okay, so Marion,
Totally.
you said that Watchful uses Dr. Squatch. Out of these two, which one would you get him? Would you
Oh,
get him the
no.
one that smells like Latino World Order, or the one that smells like whoop-ass? Because
Ladies too.
personally, when my roommate walked in with these two, I went for the Rey Mysterio one more because I just enjoy a fruity hint more, and also a lighter grit.
Well, the ladies too love Latinos.
I mean, if you're Shadow, you like Latinas. So,
Yep.
but who likes Latinos? Uh, sh- sure, they won't think we're drunk by smelling like beer. I mean, like, if it's, if it's a nice, listen, if it's a nice earthy hops, then I think, that it should be fine. But, like, if you're smelling like you just downed two Budweisers, then maybe not the best idea,
Who doesn't like them, lol?
Who doesn't like them? Dude, so true. I already smell like beer enough when I go to a wrestling show, and it's not for drinking it. Dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've had a couple beers spilled on me in my time. So, most recently at World's End, when I spilled beer on myself.
Lesson learned.
Lesson learned. And also, I got really drunk really quick. So, because notoriously I can't hold my alcohol. So,
yeah, that's you are indeed a very lightweight.
I'm a lightweight. As being 50 feet tall doesn't mean that you can hold your liquor. So, in fact, it probably means the opposite. So, think about that one.
Well, of how long your neck is, you think it'd take a while for the beer to go down all the way for it to affect you, but it doesn't.
Dude, that shit skips the neck and goes right into my brainstem. So, like just like half of a
Michael
strawberry
Jackson
martini
will
and I'm
return in
down.
Michael 2, The Wrath of Bubbles.
Isn't Bubbles the monkey that he has? Or had, I guess. But no, if you're...
Oh no, Radiant.
Gonna draw a drunk draft.
Oh no.
How do long boys act when drunk? Surprisingly, like, quiet. Because, like, when I get drunk, I don't get more social. I just get, like, really loose and, like, outside of myself. Right? Like, some people have different reactions to when they drink. Some of them get more tired, some of them get more loose, some more social. I am someone that kind of just, like, when I get drunk, I, like, hang my head and I just, like, stare at patterns on the floor, And, the patterns don't move. That would be,
have you even been listening to all the crazy shit I've been saying? I've been drunk since 15 minutes ago.
I don't know, man. You allowed me to cut that, derogatory promo on myself. I wouldn't call that praise. The Stone Cold deodorant smells like Axe body spray. Are you speaking from experience? Wait, Bubbles is still alive? Dude, that monkey's old as fuck then. That's crazy. Yeah, exactly. I'm a high drunk. Like, I used to smoke weed. I don't really anymore, but it has a similar effect to me that weed does to me. So, but no, Zach, are you not sold on the soap?
Not really.
Okay, well, how about...
Especially when I saw Axe body spray, because those commercials lied to me.
Okay, well, Zach, what if Stone Cold sold it to you? Enter the ring with the triple threat set, son. A hard-hitting lineup built to clean, what? Crush, what? And conquer.
What?
From mass mayhem, son, to Texas-sized toughness, this soap and Dio combo leaves you feeling unstoppable, untouchable, and totally dialed in to stomp a mud hole in someone's ass, son. It smells like the Black Axe body spray specifically. Dude, you know, I used to kind of enjoy the smell of Axe body spray, but I don't really anymore. So, again, probably not
commercials
for me.
lied to me.
You were sitting there expecting to turn into chocolate or something and then have women, like, pull your arms off.
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
That's a sweet touch of love, Zach, as they said.
Uh,
You need to add the
real love.
what as a redeem. Well, hold on.
What?
there.
Here's the thing.
That's
I'm not.
right.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to do that because I know that people would just abuse it until it doesn't get funny anymore. You know?
Yeah.
Like, people would just abuse,
What?
misuse,
What?
misrepresent
What?
the what redeem.
Now go ahead.
And that's all I gotta say about that. Because, like, we already kind of got that started with Ooh Chavo, and that was... And, like, I limited it to... Exactly! See? Chavo! Everyone gets 2 cracks in it per stream now, so that way it stays funny. So...
Yep, so it doesn't get abused.
Mm-hmm. I could not have timed that better. I know! That was so good. That was so good.
To look that man right in the eye, face to face.
Hi, Henley.
Talk about the man I saw backstage tonight.
His name was Henry, and he was in a tube.
Oh, why are you saying
I
my
said that
name?
man's name was
Henry.
Mm.
Zach.
I said that man's name was
Henry. No, chat. If you want to learn a little bit more here, look, we got fucking Star Wars soaps here too, I guess. And not just 1 or 2,
God.
but 7 of them. We have 7 different soaps here, chat, including one for Emperor Palpatine, Sinister Scrub, chat.
You always ever want to smell like old decrepit Palpatine?
It says smell like Emperor, which, chat, I'm going to assume that we're all at least semi-familiar with Star Wars, right? Like, Palpatine is probably one of the most famous villains in like, media history, right?
Yeah, him and Vader, yeah.
Of all the characters I want to smell like, Emperor Palpatine is like below the bottom. Like, he's in hell, you know? I'm looking at that man in Return of the Jedi, and I'm thinking that man has to reek of fluids, you know?
Mhm.
Like, he's sitting in that chair. He's probably already filled his, adult diaper. And, Vader needs to change it. So, that soap is the reason Palpatine somehow returned. That's bars. I'm sure he literally smells of death in The Last Jedi. I mean, didn't he literally die and then just come back for some reason? Like, isn't that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad that we've kind of I'm glad we're on the same page there. Like, literally, he just died and then he returned because we need more money. So...
No, wait. It wasn't Last Jedi. It was Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. That was Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, but didn't he just come back with, like, no explanation? Or am I Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
Why do you
misinterpreting that.
Yeah, why do you think that meme is a thing? Somehow Palpatine returned.
Somehow Palpatine returned. Dude, somehow the homunculus returned from his vacation. Like, dude, that's my style of writing. I just fucking do shit because it sounds cool. So,
to Rise of Skywalker is so bad.
okay, but is it bad enough to smell like a Jedi? Featuring Electric Daisy. It's bright and refreshing with a light grit. Also, no, the Emperor doesn't have heavy grit. I look at this man's skin. If he, like, touches his face, it's gonna start peeling like an orange. You know?
Okay, if I forgot about that, yes, they do explain return in fucking Fortnite.
In Fortnite?
Yeah, the Star Wars event to promote the movie or to promote Rise of Skywalker.
Okay, chat. Educate me then. How did Palpatine return in Fortnite and not the Star Wars media that most people are gonna watch? You know? Like, like how did he return in Fortnite and not Star Wars? So, but no, you can also smell like Kylo Ren, I guess.
Oh,
Hold
you
on.
can smell like rage or something.
Hold on, I gotta prepare something because it just makes me think.
Or
Kylo Ren shirtless.
oh no, I know what you're gonna bring up.
Dude. Hello, Mario. Dude, do you want to, like, do you want to smell like this? Do you want to smell like this right here?
He's like shirtless for no reason.
Dude, this is him after using his soap. I mean, frankly, the man that plays him is very handsome. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. So, it's fucking Adam Driver. Okay, yes, and that dude, but why does he have his pants up so high? You know, it's like covering like the lower part of his stomach. It's insane. This fit is insane.
So according to Infinite, the explanation was he cloned himself.
He cloned himself with his soap.
He put it on before he died so he could clone himself.
He put it on before he died. I would say, yes, I will smell rich and spicy upon my return. But you also have what looks to be like a Clone Wars 4-pack, because we've got Yoder, who has no grit at all.
Nope.
Featuring Lotus Leaf, which smells, I mean, that sounds okay. No grit for friggin' Obi-Wan up here. It has Time Leaf and Bentonite Clay. Also, hi there, Siren. How you doing tonight? I've not been saying hi to people tonight. I apologize for that. I've been locked in on soap.
He needs to lock in.
No, you also have what looks to be Dark Side Scrub.
Father, do you think one day I'll be as famous as Bubbles the Chimp? And now it's time for the homunculus' sick moment, brought to you by Dr. Squatch. Here goes.
Michael, are you trying to be offensive? Are you trying to be offensive to someone?
Stream's done, chat. I don't think, no, I don't think he is. I just think he doesn't know how to be sick. He finally learned how to keep his Cheetos down over in the vacay.
Hello, Mario.
Or you could smell like a Sith warrior. That's Ruthless Rinse. It's got dragon fruit and black sand. Wild, formidable, and bold. with heavy grit. Darth Maul probably does have a large cock. Anyways, listen, I look at him, like, look at this. This man
I mean,
has massive
he
sex
does.
drive, so.
I mean, he does have. He probably has the most massive of massive hate boners.
Dude, that right there is ruthless Sith aggression, is what we call his raging fucking boner cock. Since he got sliced in half, does this mean Maul has a robo penis? Dude, if he was sliced in half, he's got like so much robo stuff, probably including a robo junk. But yes, I mean, hopefully it gets enough. And you know that it was like programmed to have so much fucking testosterone just run through him. I mean, that explains why he's so fucking mad all the time, you know? So, anyways, cool. Ruthless Sith aggression is good. Also, high idea maker. No, Tom Street. He has a lightsaber penis, like a metal dildo, but it shoots out a saber beam. Dude.
You right there?
Yeah, I'm fine. Was he just called Maul after he lost in the Phantom Menace, though?
I thought you so called Darth Maul.
Wait, hold on. Maul was like cut from like the waist down, right?
Yep.
Well, then he probably still has his penis. Actually, no, he doesn't, because
no. You know, when he shows up again, he has the spider leg things.
So like his entire like lower half is cybernetics. So yes, that would mean he does have a robot junk.
but look, it gets better. It's better after his brother, who I remind you is called Savage Oppress.
Oppress.
Oppress. That's his brother's name.
Hi there, Savage Oppress. What's your favorite? What's your favorite pastime? Oppression.
Like after he found him, he brought him back to some witches, and they used magic on Maul to make it have his lower body again.
Magic?
Yes, magic.
Oh yeah. Okay, you know what? Magic isn't like it's not like a foreign concept in Star Wars like the witches in fucking Jedi Fallen Order. Like that whole like, you know, dead civilization. They had force magic. So
yep.
He's like Darth Maul, but yellow. I mean, like, Darth Maul's race is kind of a colorful race. So, if you like warm colors, then Darth Maul's race is your thing, dude. I don't know what it's called in universe, but like ever since I was a kid, I was just like, oh well, this guy looks cool. And that's literally all they made him for, probably at first. It's because this man looks cool. So
I mean, you know what's funny? It worked.
It worked. It worked. This man is so beloved by like people my age and older. So
my dude did not have like a personality because he barely said shit. But we were just like, you look cool though.
The Boba Fett treatment. I mean, like, you know, like Boba Fett's race is the Mandalorians. So, you know, the Boba Fett treatment. I mean, like, listen. If you're a fan, you know that he's a bounty hunter because of his father. So, who fucking perished right in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, Boba Fett saw his father get beheaded by Mace Windu.
Genuinely, he got beheaded by Mace Windu, and Mace Windu ended up creating one of the most dangerous bounty hunters in the galaxy indirectly. So,
yep.
So thanks a lot for that, Samuel L. Jackson. That was really cool of you. That was very cool of you. I feel bad for an entire alien race that all resembles Satan. I mean, I guess, kinda. But, like, I don't know, like, he always... I mean, when I was a kid, I thought that, like, part of his face was face paint, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, either the black or red part was, like, face paint of some kind, but no, I mean, that's just what they look like. So, yeah.
So wait, look, you remember what? Do you remember what Darth Maul looked like when he had like the little the spider legs and shit?
Wait, what now?
Do you remember what Maul looked like when he had the spider legs and shit?
No, hold on. Darth Maul.
Oh, I got him. I got it. I got
Spider
it.
legs. Oh, good. Oh, God.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy shit. And then he just got the 2 legs. Yeah. Well, like, did he start with 2 legs or did he go to 8?
He started with the 8 legs.
He started with the 8 legs and then he went to 2?
I believe so.
That's a crazy regression. What? Like,
What?
dude, you got, like, spider legs here. Like, these are... Wow. These are horrific.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Like, this is straight up horrifying. Dude, I remember... Speaking of Star Wars, I have a Phantom Menace era Jar Jar tongue lollipop on my shelf. It no longer has the lollipop, but I do have the plastic shell. He's like,
Yeah.
do you want this?
Okay. No.
Do you want to
Bleh.
tongue Jar Jar and his strawberry... Like, what flavor was this? Like, this has to be, like, strawberry or cherry. It's got, like, taste buds grafted onto it. This is freaky. Dude, you're really, like, just going up there. You're getting all of Jar Jar Binks and his crazy tongue. Wow. Niece, I want to give you a Frenchy lick lick.
Okay. Yeah, Logan's come back to me now. So his brother took him back to a witch, and she was able to heals like so speak through an enchantment type thing.
Okay.
Just other 2 robotic legs now.
Okay. So, like... Okay, but where did he get these from, then? Where'd he get these giant spider legs from? Because these are freaky as hell. No, he has, like, 8 legs. How do you contend with this? As a Jedi. I'll have a Luigi board. I'll have to a Ouija board my dead uncle I got it from. Wait, you don't remember the goddamn flavor? Man. Okay, well, this is kind of fucking neat right here. You got, like, a Funko Pop with the spider legs. I'm pretty sure this is not official, but this is probably the best use of a Funko Pop I've ever seen. So...
Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't alive to taste it. I wasn't alive to taste it either. I think Phantom Menace came out in, like, summer of 99.
Yeah.
And I was born in the fall of 99. So you know, by the
You're
time that they
literally
came
just
and
an
went...
infant. You're
Dude.
just an infant.
Dude, I was like 6 months into my fucking gestation. So,
Yeah.
you know.
I remember when I was an infant, I watched The Phantom Menace.
I remember when I was an infant and my mother bought the Jar Jar... it bought the Jar Jar lollipop and proceeded to get tongued by Jar Jar Binks. And I tasted it all the way down into my primordial brainstem. Hi, Fluffy Sparkster. I was born the summer of 2003, same year as Austin versus Rock 1. Yeah. I was born too early to... I was born too fucking early to appreciate Rock in Austin. Born too late to actually, like... Hold on. No. Actually, I was born too late to appreciate Rock in Austin. And I was born too early to really be able to appreciate a wrestling industry that has a labor union. but born just in time to enjoy Leo Rush in AEW and his weird Gollum gimmick. So, so you know what? All was fine. I was born just after Austin versus Rock 3. Honestly, it's kind of... I don't want to say refreshing, but it's...
Psygnosis offers much the same experience with Formula 1
Classic.
In fact, the games are so similar that once again we question why this genre is so popular. We have yet to see any tracks that blow us out of our chairs.
How much time left do we have before...
No gigantic ramp launches. No driving through waterfalls.
We have about 5
imaginative.
minutes.
These games are supposed to be fun first and simulation second. Where's the creativity? Why not have a game where you have to find and drive to the hospital?
I was born when the Game Boy and
Tim
Burton's Batman were highly revered in America.
Rather than compete against other racers, you'd have to avoid getting arrested by keeping below the speed limit, obeying the right-of-way laws, and not tailgating. Then you foul up and the cops will pull you over. The best part is that you don't know how to get to your location. You have to read the road signs and hope you explore in the right direction. Anyway, Formula 1 has nice colorful graphics and a large number of tracks, 17 to be exact, but it's still a jar, folks. A jar all the way.
What does it mean?
I'm looking it up. What is a jar? I mean, like, dude, I know what a jar is. The object. A sudden or unexpected shake, an unsettling shock, an unpleasant break or conflict in rhythm, flow, or transition. I mean, jeez, it didn't look that bad, George.
I say.
I mean, like it's just a racing game. Calm down, bro.
Sorry, graphically it looks fine. Calm down.
Summer, fall, 1989. Yeah, probably. Char where sickos keep their ponies and action figures for dubious sweets. Hey, dude, listen, man, they bought it. They can do whatever the fuck they want with it. So, anyways, let's go ahead and let's run the ad here, and then we'll get started with tonight's show, y'all. Which is baseball. For real this time. We're gonna
it's
play some
break
baseball.
time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Say hello to
Hello, Pillow Pets. It's a pet. It's a pillow pet!
Pets are cute, huggable pets that pop open into full-size pillows. They're soft, they're cuddly, and they make perfect pillows.
This just makes me want them even more.
Kids will absolutely love their pillow.
I've wanted these ever since I was a little kid.
Undo the hook and loop strap, and the pet pops open.
And now I
into a
can.
full-size pillow. Just
I
hold
can.
it up,
It's
reattach
my
the
money. I
hook
can
and
spend it on a
attach to
freaking Sonic
animal.
pillow
It's
pet if
fun
that's
and
what I
easy.
want.
Playtime, sleep
I can't say,
time,
Zach.
anytime. Kids of
I
all
saw
ages love
dude,
their
I'm
pillow
glad you
pets.
mentioned Appa. I found the
Here's a
Appa
teddy
pillow
bear,
pet
a
at the comic
ladybug,
shop the
a
other day.
frog, a dog,
Oh,
a
you were so
unicorn,
tempted,
a
weren't you?
dolphin,
I was so
a bumblebee,
tempted.
a monkey,
But
and
like
so
the
many
normal
more.
size ones are
Everyone
so
needs a pillow.
tiny.
Why not have a fun
You know?
Aw.
Pillow pets
Like
need
they're
the
a
too
large
tiny
ones.
for
Look,
they're too
PJ's
tiny for my
right
adult
inside.
head.
Perfect for the overnight
So
trips to grandma's house. This is
You-
more
you-
than just another stuffed animal.
you
This
need-
is a
you need
pillow
larger
your child or
versions.
grandchild
Yeah, I
will
need
use
like a
every
jumbo
night.
one,
It's a
which there is a
with
jumbo
purpose.
Appa.
Every pillow pet
So.
is made of ultra soft, high quality chenille fabric. The heavy duty stitching ensures years of enjoyment, and they're even machine washable. Pillow pets are so soft and huggable. All it takes is one hug.
One of my
and your
favorite
child or
ones here is the
grandchild will fall
dolphin.
in love with their
It's
pillow
literally
pet.
just
Over
like a
million
friggin'
kids are
potato
already
man.
enjoying their very own pillow pets. Every pillow pet
We
is
just
so
run an
cute and
ad. No,
unique.
we
The
didn't. We
hardest
ran
part is choosing
Gitsy.
which one to get. Go
Yep.
online to www.pillowpets.com to see the full selection of pillow pets. If you have a birthday, holiday, or special occasion coming up, pillow pets make the perfect $20 gift. Imagine your child or grandchild's face when they get their pillow pet. Pillow
Sure it's
Pets
more than
come with a
$20
full
now.
60
Before Blue
day
High began,
money-back
they were the
guarantee.
pillow
So go
pets.
online right now to www.pillowpets.com.
So true, brother.
Pillowpets.com. That's www.pillowpets.com. Adopt your
Why isn't there a
pillow pet
Blahaj
today.
pillow pet?
Man, only 1995?
Hey Zach, can you look up how much they cost now while I get things going?
Sure thing, pal.
Pal!
I'm sorry, I'll never get over the way Kenny Omega says that.
Dude, he says it very funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Blahaj began their worth of Hello Pets. No, Zach, I chose the character that we played challenge mode with last time. So why don't you choose? So why don't you choose this time?
Who, me? Alright.
Yeah, you, Zach. Let's play the baseball game, as it says in the opening.
I'm just playing myself.
Nom nom
Okay,
nom.
oh,
Excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
So, Logan, regular Appa. He's $31.99.
$31.99 for regular Appa!
Yeah.
For regular, plain Jane Appa. It is... Dude, that's so much. I can't do that. I can't get that for... I can't get that for old Jimbo. You know?
Look at me. You want to know how much you want to know how much the jumbo version is?
It's like $70, isn't it?
$90.
$90!
Yeah.
Hey Jimbo, I couldn't get the Appa pillow pet, but here, you can have the Bumblebee one, the little one. No, why isn't there a Blahaj pillow pet? That sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what Blahaj is, Zach?
Oh, I heard of Basha Blast, I believe.
No, you're thinking of something completely different. The Blahaj is like the shark plush you get like at IKEA, and it's become like kind of like a trans symbol of solidarity and comfort. So. It's sort of a small, slightly true in joke that all trans people enjoy the Blahaj plush. So, I know we have some trans people in chat, so if you don't like it, you can correct me on that. Dude, I've never been to IKEA though. Like the furthest one for me is like 2.5 hours away, right? Like the closest one to me is in like 2.5 hours south of me. So, like, I've never been inside an IKEA.
Mm-hmm. Bro, I remember during this GameCube era, like, all these Mario sports game intros were always, like, long, but they're so fun.
yeah, exactly. I know that, like, they all had, like, bloopers and stuff, too. So, like, there's one in where, like, Mario's, like, you know, gearing up to hit, like, a bullet bill ball, and the bullet bill just, like, stops short of the mound. Or, like, it just, like, stops short of the box. So,
my favorite one is the one from Mario Power Tennis, where Waluigi tried to get into the actual like tennis game.
No, I know, and they like they did like Scooby-Doo antics to get inside. It was good.
Yeah.
So I need to figure out how to like use like my star pitches and hits, because you know, consistently doing that with the captain characters is a mystery to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that, you know, Donkey Kong has a banana ball, and we tried that last time, and I did not see any banana balls, so...
Where's my banana balls?
Banana! I did check in with Matt, you know, a couple times the other month, and he's doing pretty well, so...
That's nice.
He does Fortune Street and Mario Party these days.
Mm.
He's also a Blender model maker, so... That's sick as fuck. Try that 2 hours ASAP, it is worth it. I mean, like, you know, I'm in between opportunities right now, so we could definitely fucking try. Zach, you up for a road trip? We'll go to IKEA.
Sure.
We'll fucking go to IKEA together. Did I read that copyright notice right? Namco? Yeah, Namco made, you know, the Mario baseball games, so...
So
Rather Namco eventually, you know, Bandai Namco made these. So
this is something I didn't know about, or something I forgot about. But captains and co-captains, when I do a star swing, it only uses up 1 star. But anyone else that's a captain or co-captain uses 2 stars.
okay, and how do I use the star hits and pitches?
For hits, yeah, you hold down the R button and you swing normally.
Okay, so don't charge it up then.
Right.
And for pitches?
And for pitches, hold on real quick. The way to actually start a pitch is by holding down R as you throw the pitch. You must hold down R the entire way through the windup for it to work.
Okay, so basically hold down R and then charge up the pitch, then?
Yeah. Holding down R as you throw the pitch, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Zach.
Oh, right,
Ooh.
challenge mode.
Who?
Who? Well...
Shouts out. Anyways, yeah.
Well, if you know me, you know who I'd be going for. Wario, obviously.
Yoshi. Nah, well, no, it's Wario. Wah!
Wow.
Now you want to talk about someone that the Long Boy Club absolutely loves. It's this man. The Wah Man himself,
Hello,
Wario.
Mate.
Hello, Wario, mate. Greetings, Wario. Well, you look as surly as ever. Is your team ready? Wow, what a team! How'd you get so many good players together?
It's got connections.
Well, knowing you, Wario, I highly doubt that you use legitimate means. Dude, he's loaded! Have you played Mario Land 3? He's loaded!
Or Wario Land on the GameCube?
Exactly.
Wario.
Yeah, Wario. You what? Oh my. I shouldn't have asked.
He really did the, you what?
Well, here's the deal. Bowser wants to test his might against a strong team.
Hello, Mario.
Let me just fill you in on some details, Wario. Or Wario Land Shake It on the Nintendo P.
Yeah.
Also, I need to clarify, everyone. This right here is the GameCube game.
He
This is
organized
not the
another
Wii
Wario
game.
Land
Super Sluggers is
tournament and the
one.
winners got on his team.
He organized another Wario Land tournament and the winners got on his team. I mean, like, dude, if you organized a Wario Land tournament, that would be sick as fuck. So...
Captain America Civil War recently turned 10?
Don't you talk about that in my presence. Dan, your rivals are forming teams too, and they're coming for you for saying that. All of your rivals. Beating all the other teams should earn you a date with Bowser's team. Even rival team members might help you out if you can impress them. The thing is, of course, you can only play with up to 9 players. Yes, I know. Once you play the game right, okay? Don't just rely on sheer power now. Do you follow me? Okay then, good luck. I enjoy
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Dude, he was literally like...
Do you understand me? And that's the bottom line.
Date? A date? This is a weird romance game. I mean, this right here is literally just date everything but for baseball. Tom, don't you know?
Bro, look at that. Look at the way he runs.
Dude, he fucking runs like me after I eat like 50... after I eat like 50 wings. That's crazy. Anyways, I think that we can take on Bowser right now. Oh, no, we can't. We need to beat everybody first, I think.
Yeah, they beat everyone.
It's honestly crazy that Donkey Kong got the Koopa Troopas to play with him, and the Goombas, you know?
Yeah.
Hold on.
And we saw Bowser's minions with the Magic Koopas, with all the Kameks.
Actually, no, those are our guys. We got Kamek and all of his, you know, shiny variations. So
yeah.
Dude, that right there was some crazy extortion to get Kamek and his shinies on our team.
Well, I guess the only thing about picking Wario is that the team synergy is gonna be off the charts, so everyone.
Dude, you're so right. It's gonna be crazy as fuck. Oh, fuck. Hey, Beetle Brows. Stop picking your nose and play a game with me. No. Oh, damn it. Okay.
You're forced into it.
I'm forced into... Dude, I'm forced into facing Bowser Jr. with my normal team.
Junior Fangs.
Hold on. Slow your roll there, kid. I need to lay out my field. What? Holy shit! Dude, did you see Wario's, like, giant pectorals? And his triceps?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
Okay, there's the positions button.
My totally modded GameCube put to work here. Holy shit! That was insane.
The one thing I do remember about this game is that Waluigi has, like, excellent pitching.
He has insane pitching. Both him and Boo are, like, probably the best pitchers on this team. So... Oh, yeah, the team synergy is really good here. And he has synergy with all of the Magic Koopas? That's crazy.
Bro, I guess the only character that has the least amount of team synergy is PT Piranha.
Is PT Piranha? Yeah. Because, like... It's really weird that the Magic Koopas don't have synergy with each other.
Hello, Mario.
You know?
Yeah, I'll say this about PT Piranha. Like, if I remember, his contact is low, but he has insane power. So when he does hit the ball, he hits it hard.
Oh, what? PT Piranha? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wario greats. Alright, well, we got... Alright, great. Well, we got Waluigi up on the mound now. Look at him. He's ready to go. He's showing all the teeth. Who's the all-star on this team, says Bri. We'll need to see.
Oh, look. This is like a little mini challenge situation, because look, it's bottom of the 9th, you're leading 2-0.
Hello, Mario.
Dude, friggin' Bowser Jr. was like, here, play a game with me, and we're whooping his ass already at the bottom of the 9th. But wait, Dry Bones is already on base! Huh?
Yeah, these are like challenge situations whenever you bump to Bowser Jr.
I'm gonna try to get him to chase this. Nope.
Well,
probably needs to be a bit less obvious with it. There we are. Ah, I got you, you brat. Sit down.
Sit down, son.
I do enjoy, like, these Dry Bones variations, though. So.
I know. Especially when they walk up to the plate. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Ah! Grab it! Okay, cool. Also, hi, Ace. Welcome on in. And Patch, welcome on in. We're over here basing our balls and synergizing with our Magic Koopas here. Dude, 3 up, 3 down.
Yep. That's the game.
Actually, no. The Dark Dry Bones got on base, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, that was more like 4 up, 3 down. Darn it all! I'll win next time. Oh, hey, we got money. Ah, greed is good.
Greed is good.
Wait. Strike him out! Win MVP! Exclamation. Wait, get a gnarly garlic!
Oh, it's gnarly. Title, fatso. He's fat!
He's fat! Okay, hold on.
He's fat!
Alright, now I feel like that the only way to start this is to, of course, show up that lousy Mario over here in his own stadium. Mario! Mr. Chump! Let's settle who the real superstar is right now!
Wario, this isn't Mario Party.
Now, it's on! Ah! Is that to say, can I, like... Okay, great, I get a chance to structure my team. Okay, Okay, so I'm actually gonna put the Boos, or at least King Boo, up here. Jesus.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna put King Boo and Petey Piranha up here.
Hi, Henry.
I kind of want to put Hi Henry and Oliver. I love them so much.
Was that Oliver messing with Henry?
They were both having food together. Hi Henry again, and that's him chasing my mouse cursor.
Yep.
With his giant double neck. Ow. He's not fat. He's well fed, chat. Thank you very much. While I structure my team. Who up structuring their team tonight? See, like the only thing with putting, you know, the Magic Koopas out here in the outfield is that their running is abysmal.
Yeah.
So, but like no one on this team has really good running. Like this is a pretty slow team, honestly. So
I guess to make up for it, they can like catch the ball with their wands.
Yeah, they have pretty good reach. So. All right, batting. And can I change the batting order too? What is a scout flag? I know what it is.
Let's go team Ward. What Greg dying gargling noises.
Sounds like those AI wrestling videos.
I'm pretty sure that's what he was going for. I'll go ahead and put Wario and the Boos and Petey Piranha up here. I feel like this is a pretty good bottom of the order. Not really great, like, you know, like power-wise, but they all have synergy with Waluigi. So like, if one of them gets up on the bases, then he's, you know, he's going to be able to work with that. So. Control options. Batting normal. Oh, I can select the difficulty. Okay. It's only normal and easy, though. I can't make it hard. Look at the goofy, Piantas. I know! Dude, millennials may hate Mario Sunshine. Dude, the team is the Mario Sunshines. That's good. You know?
I love that.
But I've always had a soft spot for the fucking Piantas. Okay.
Oh, already we have a challenge.
Already we've got a challenge. Get a hit. Play ball! Millennials, bruh, I'm one of them. Well, what does that say about you? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a fly out. Failure. Dude, we gotta get Mario on this team. I don't care how much it takes us, but we gotta get him on there. I just drove it to the friggin'... Get a hit.
Get a hit.
Any hit will do, boo. Maybe not that one. Maybe actually get it on the field. That would be good. Come on.
Come on, boo.
No! Dude! Hit it! Hit the ball! Oh, it's fair! It's fair! Go! Go to second! Or he's round third. He's rounded third! Let's go! Let's go, boo!
Like, he just hits the ball with his arms.
Dude, you don't need a weapon when you're built a weapon.
Oh, you just missed that.
That was a big fly out. Probably should have charged up all the way, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, get a hit. I'd rather hit somebody. I mean, you can do that in this game, but I'm not going to. I don't want to advance a runner. So. Yeah, what the heck. How much can I influence this?
Can you hit people in this game? I thought
you can. You can. I've seen it. Because, funnily enough, my feed has been inundated with a lot of baseball stuff recently. I wonder why. And I've learned something, chat. I've learned the following. That this game has a competitive scene.
Oh yeah, it does. Bro,
it's called... It's something for streamers, and it's called Ass Blast, chat. I don't know, that didn't look like a really good ball to me.
Oh, yeah, but you failed the challenge as well.
Okay, well there you go. Now, now you know that you can hit someone in this game.
Now that's one less opportunity to get Mario in your team, though.
I was about to say, we need to like... okay, I didn't need to see that much of the piazza, brother. That's fine.
Can you just appreciate that Wario as the catcher really just sits on his ass?
wait, does he?
Yeah, you should see it during the challenge thing with Mario.
I guess I wasn't paying attention. Oh my god! he's like dead.
Yeah. I'll start chanting.
Do piatas have a penista? Do they have a paninas? Alright, cool. Well, we got it.
Hey, that guy just changed into a new color robe.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Zach. That doesn't look like Liar's Ball to me or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah.
I think I need to go into the tutorial.
Yeah, going into the tutorial would be a good idea.
It's a lot. No, not the double play!
Yeah, you guys started running. You need to have them go back.
Dude, I need to pay more attention when I have a fly ball, I guess.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, we're gonna see this game through, and then I'm gonna play the tutorial. Hey, that guy just changed it to a new color robe. Listen, the margins on the Wario grates are fucking slim, dude. Okay? The margins for a good team are slim. So.
Yeah, Logan, look at Wario right here. If you get the chance. Nope.
Dude, I want to see Wario plopping down on his ass. Or you gotta get the player out. Do I need to strike him out or just get him out?
Out by any means necessary.
Dude, Waluigi about to get Luigi out. We love it. Yeah! I want Wario to plop his ass on my face.
Bro!
I feel like you and my, friend Aki would get along very well. Orange loves Wario.
Oh
no!
My goodness!
He brought the power! Wait, Kamek! Yeah! Green Kamek! I want to smell the garlic gooch. Dude. Freak shit. I didn't need to do that.
Nah.
I feel like with this technique, guys, I don't need to power it up. I just need to friggin' swing it. Get a hit. Oh, it's not gonna be just any hit, brother. It's gonna be a strike. Foul ball.
That wasn't quite charged up all the way.
Dang it.
Ooh. Yeah, now you're swinging at everything.
Yeah, now I'm swinging at everything. I need to be a bit more selective. That just went foul, dude. Dude.
Oh.
Change! We may go into extra innings, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
You know, unless that went just foul. Good. This has been a perfect game so far. I wouldn't say so. Just because no one scored doesn't mean it's been a perfect game. Oh man, big time matchup here. The blue what's-its-face versus Waluigi.
I always forget saying it as well.
Dude, I have no clue what this character is. Chat, what's this character? Oh, he's rounding. They're rounding.
Oh, he chose to go home with that throw.
Okay, yeah, maybe I need to take a look at the controls.
Yeah.
I'll do that after this. That good sir is a Noki. Okay, I'm sorry. Nice.
Yeah.
That could have been a good double play opportunity. Okay, cool. Got it. Whoa! Big ol' slow ball there. You gotta play Sunshine one day. I played Sunshine, like, briefly. But not really that much. Alright. Alright, well, I guess maybe we have more opportunities to get, you know, characters on our team.
Hello, Mario.
Dude, it's real for once. Hello, Mario is real.
Yeah.
Hello, Mario on the mound. Mama!
Ooh.
Aw, Petey. Ooh, Petey!
Get a hit.
Dude, his range is a little short, I feel like. Especially when he gets a fly like this.
Yeah, it wasn't charged up all the way.
I'm still kind of working things out over here.
Yeah. Ah, it's so slow.
Ah, you're so slow, Match Koopa. Why are you so slow?
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. Hold on. That what, dude? Come on. Nice. Goodbye, Mario.
Goodbye, Mario.
One of my fave Mario games. I enjoy this quite a bit so far. I mean, I played Super Sluggers when I was a kid, but this is my first time playing, like, you know, the GameCube one. Because I didn't have a GameCube when I was a kid. Oh, dude, I literally thought I was gonna get the Pianta in his Piantas there for a second. No! Dang, okay.
Just dance along.
Dude, Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I want these Piantas on my team.
Because how goofy they are.
No, look at them! They're adorable! They have, dude, they have little beady eyes and giant freaking, like, proboscis monkey noses.
They use
so
a tree
fun.
branch as a bat. That's funny.
I know, and when they fall, you get to look up their skirts.
My eyes.
Dude, do I get to see the Piantas, giant Piantas under there?
Heyo.
Nice. That's 2 strikeouts. Dude, that's 2 strikeouts against Luigi from Waluigi. That's sick as fuck. Oh, and it drives through. Nice. Dude, we finally got someone on base. It's been a minute. Oh, hey! Hold on! Yep, and that just stays fair. Great. Triple play!
Triple play. Wow.
Dude, we have no speed on this team.
Nope, it's literally hit a home run or don't score runs.
It's all power on this team, dude. And Waluigi. This team is all power and Waluigi. So
it's like you gotta anticipate when the pitcher is gonna throw so you can like charge up at the right moments.
The Jeremy Clarkson method, it's really good. Yeah, like we need to like rely on our charge ups here, I feel like. So basically how I played as a kid, got it.
Yeah, but I guess this time it's like, yeah.
Except now it's on the freaking GameCube and not the Wii. So.
Yeah, it's like you need to anticipate when the pitcher is gonna throw, I guess.
Yeah, we've officially, like, I feel like we've run out of opportunities to get people. We just need to win this game.
Yeah, games was like, please win. We're not getting opportunities anymore. Waluigi is Dyson.
Dude, Waluigi is a bulldog on the mound. That's crazy.
Why are you so slow?
Why are you so slow? Stop, dude. He scratches his ass. Here we are.
Oh!
Why did I do that?
Oh!
It's fair! It goes just fair.
Oh.
Wait, okay, never mind. We have a chance. Get a hit. Any hit. King Boo. Please, man. Oh, he got it! It went just over his head. We got runners at the corners. Nice!
Oh, let's go!
Go! Go!
Save!
That's an RBI double there. For Boo.
Yep. Yeah, look at me.
Good. Damn it.
Oh, shit.
Just popped it
Go
up.
back.
I need to remember how to, like, keep them on base when we have an obvious fly out. Yeah, after this we're gonna do the tutorial. And I'm sure there's a tutorial in this game, yeah?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, good. In 30 to 40 years from now, which pop stars from the 2000s and 2020s do you think will have their own bioflicks? I'm not plugged into current pop culture nearly enough to answer that question. Probably like... I mean, if there isn't one now, I'm surprised, but probably like Juice WRLD or something.
Yeah.
But like Juice WRLD is dead, so it's like it would only be like, you know, second or third hand accounts of him. So.
Oh.
Basically anyone that was part of like that
gimmick.
wave of like, you know, emo trap.
Oh shit.
We have a tied game, dude. I need to figure out how the fielding works. That should have been easy. I feel like Magic Koopa has the reach for that. So.
But look, I think your chat is frozen.
Okay, hold on.
Why would you do stretching?
Hold on, guys. No. I should just keep them there. Dude, that fucking umpire, like, throw the ball already! Although in this time, pitchers could, like, take their time with their pitch, couldn't they?
Yep.
So.
I told you before, pitchers...
Because there's no pitch clock yet, so.
Yeah. Dude, pitchers love to...
That's the game!
What, I can't have ties? Wait, can't have ties?
Dude, you didn't win. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Could you imagine if someday makes a Kanye biopic? Oh, Kanye West, definitely. A tie? I didn't see... Huh? A tie? I didn't see any tie in the script. Where's my agent?
Okay, I guess if the game goes on too long, it's a tie.
Dude. Okay, hold on. We need...
Oh, wait, did you save?
Save. Yeah, we need to save. Hold on. Wario broke kayfabe.
Bro, he literally shook his ass at Mario Stadium.
Oh, fuck. Can I do that again? We're live, pal. Oh, shit. No, I just saved, dude. Why he twerking? Dude, he's shaking his booty.
Practice.
Practice to learn how to play the game. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, we need to do pitching. Change-ups. Let's cover change-ups now. A change-up is when a slow-moving ball that you can... Either a slow-moving ball that you can toss for the same wind-up motion as a charge pitch. To throw it, press A while you tilt it down. Presto, you'll throw a change-up. Let's practice. Throw 5 change-ups. Yeah? Oh! Okay, I need to let go of it, like, slightly before. Alright. Zach versus Stev baseball match win. Well, you need to get us into the Ass Blasters League. So, you know, that way we could fucking tear it up in there.
Yeah, I gotta look at it. It's like, wow, there's like some tech in this game.
yeah, there's like some surprisingly good tech here. So... I fucked up the cobblestone generator. Star pitches. See, like, that right there's the one I wanted. Let's talk about star pitches. You can throw a lethal star pitch by using up team stars. When your captain throws a star pitch, it will use up 1 team star. Any other captain character will use 2 team stars. When a sub-character throws a star pitch, it will use 1 team star. While holding down R, press A to throw a star pitch. Okay. Like this? Cool. Fireball. Okay, cool. Cool, I got it. Okay, well, how about catching? There. Take me out to the ball match. Now I'll cover how to catch and throw the ball. I tilt the stick and or tilt the stick to direct the player toward where the ball is going to land to catch the ball. If you're catching it, press A to throw the ball. If you select a base with the stick before you throw the ball, you can throw it to that base. Take me out of my misery. No. We're not doing that here. It's all good over here.
No. Good vibes here. Good vibes.
Yeah, it's all good over here. Fuck you, Luigi. Oh, nice. Cool. My bad. No, it's okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, cool. Fielding. Not chasing balls.
And tagging catches.
Okay, let's discuss dashing. If you tap B repeatedly when chasing the ball, your character will dash. Okay. Let's practice. Oh, really, it's that easy, huh?
Yeah, just mash B button.
Literally just mash B. Oh,
did that count?
Hold on. Okay, there you go. That's fine.
Like getting 2 on time. Yeah, it's like if you know you can't make it, then just like mash it.
Nice. Cool. Cool, I got it. Got star swings. Okay, time for the star swing. You can do a massive star swing by using team stars. Press A to perform a star swing. Oh, I just need to press the button. Okay.
Yep. Hold on, press A.
Hit 5 pitches with the star swing. Dang it. Nice. Okay, cool.
What about, hey look, what about the charges? What have you?
Charge swings?
Yeah.
Sure. Time to talk about that charge swing. In order to perform a charge swing, press and hold down A longer than usual to build up power. When you release A and time the pitch well, you'll make contact and hit a more powerful ball. Release A at the exact moment the power is at its maximum, you'll hit a longer ball. Oh! Okay.
Yep.
Let's practice. Hit the ball 5 times with charge swings. That good? Okay, cool. Take me to dinner first. See, like, I don't want to hit flies like that. That's just not good.
Yeah, you have to anticipate when they're gonna throw the ball, not as they're throwing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that.
That wasn't very good, I feel like.
Yeah. It's better.
Dude, home runs are hard to hit here, I feel like.
Mm.
Take me to dinner first, then you can chase my balls. Not moving a runner. Alright, let's go over how to move runners. Press Y to move a base runner to the next base. Press X to get the runner to run back to back to last base. Pressing X while the runner is advancing stops him or her. Pressing Y while the runner is retreating also stops him or her. Let's practice. And move the runner across home plate.
Look at him go.
Dude, there he goes. Wow.
He is speed.
Chad, why are you so violent against Zach? I'm not punching him.
Hey, what the fuck did I do?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not punching him.
Wait, what's it?
Press F to pay respects after Zach is beaten to a bloody pulp.
Hey!
Okay.
Don't be so violent.
Yeah, exactly. Moving all runners. Now let's move all the runners. Press Y to advance all runners to the next base. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. Press B to set Zach on fire. Dude, why?
What'd I do? Why fuck
exactly.
me?
What's he saying fuck me for?
Yeah.
Alright, next practice. Alright, let's learn how to move just one runner. First, select which base to move with that button, rather with the stick. While selecting the base with that, allow you to move just one runner. Right, move. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, that's gonna take a minute. Once again, move all runners across home base. Okay, there you go. I'm pretty sure I got it now. But we need to, like, run that Mario match back, I feel like.
Yeah. Throw back. We don't need a sinking tie.
Press B and the up directional stick to directly launch Zach into the sun.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Alright, hold on. How about this? I press A to start an ad.
It's break time.
Damn.
Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Tired of looking like a fool when your cakes aren't cool?
Oh god.
And why do tiny cupcakes
This right
take
here's
so
a
long to
certified
make?
hood classic,
Get in the
chat.
spotlight with Big Top Cupcake, the fast and easy way to make colossal cupcakes that are up to 25 times bigger. Everyone's face will light
Whoa.
up when you make a
Wow,
king-size cupcake
dude.
house. Grab your camera to remember those giant cupcakes your family makes together. It's so easy.
Dude, I
Just
dude,
fill with any
I
cake
had
mix,
one of
bake,
these.
and
I've maybe
decorate.
used it like
Wow,
3
that
times and
jumbo
then never
cupcake
again.
looks amazing. Big Top's
Man.
quick-release silicone is flexible and virtually nothing
I never had
sticks,
one of
so a
these.
perfect cupcake pops out every time, making it the ultimate party activity.
They make it
Mix
look
and
so
match
easy
delicious
looking.
flavors like strawberry and chocolate.
Well,
The
my thing is
possibilities
this,
are
right?
endless.
I feel
Look,
like this
nothing's
kind
more
of
thrilling
defeats
than
the
a
point,
chocolate filling
right?
Made easy with our optional magic 7
Yeah.
insert.
Because,
Fill Big
like,
Tops with pudding, mousse, gelatin,
when I
even your
imagine-
favorite ice cream. Tiny
Sorry, when I
cupcakes
imagine,
won't
like, a
do, but
cupcake like
25
this,
times bigger feeds the
I
whole
imagine it
crew
having,
with
like,
Big
big
Top.
frosting on the
Just fill,
top.
bake, and decorate.
Whereas for this,
It's dishwasher safe. Store-bought cakes
you know,
are
like,
so
it's 2
expensive.
halves of
Metal
one cake,
molds stick and
you know?
cost over $35. But you can join the show now with Big Top Cupcake for $19.95.
because, like, I imagine the
We'll
top
even
part would be
include
all
this idea
frosting,
book free.
but it's
Use
just
the
more
tips
cake
inside to
with a
make
layer
silly
of frosting
clown
on
face that's
top.
Sure to get a
know?
laugh. But we're not done.
Yeah.
We'll give you these awesome animal
Do you think
cookie
these are still
cutters to
around?
make delicious
Well, what,
three-dimensional
these things?
cookies.
The
Make
thing
we're
it
watching right
lions
now?
or
Probably
tasty
not.
elephants. Fast, easy, and all
Yeah,
in
yeah,
3D.
exactly. It's more
A
cake than
$20
cup.
value free.
You know?
Just pay processing and handling. You get it
Yeah.
all. Big Top
Like, when I
Cupcake,
see a
idea
giant
book, and
cupcake, I
3D
expect there to
cookie
be
cutters.
giant
Over
frosting on top, not
$55
more
value,
cake on
all for
top.
$19.95.
Is it frosting or cake?
You can
Oh
call
shit,
now
it's
or
just
log
more
on to
cake.
get yours.
Like, this right here kind of stinks when you think about it. So,
Look, I typed in like Big Top of Cupcake, and like the second like search recommended thing is Big Top Cupcake mold. So,
mold?
So, mold.
Wait, mold. As in, like, mold that grows on food?
Yeah.
Oh! Well, that's fun. Dude, you want some fucking mold with that giant cupcake? It's full of fiber, I promise. Cupcakes suck, TVH. I wouldn't say that. I mean, like, they're fun. But if I had the choice between, like, a cake and, like, a dozen cupcakes, it kind of depends on what the cupcakes are. Like, if it's, like, a variety pack, then I would probably take, you know, the cupcakes. But if it's just, like, a bunch of the same cupcake, I'm going with, you know, the standard cake. So,
Okay, yeah, someone asked, does it work? That my family actually got one on Christmas of 2009, so I have a personal answer to this question.
Om nom nom.
It's
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone.
It stuck to the silicone and rose out of the mold, unlike how it was advertised. This doesn't stick at all. Although the mold was somewhat effective, we decided to throw it away. I was very disappointed with the product.
Dude, that's awful. It rose out of the mold.
Yeah.
Dude, it rose out of the mold like Resident Evil 7. That's insane. You must have cheated last time, but it won't work this time, bub.
I got the Riddler over here.
The Riddler. The Shittler. Right over here, more like. Alright, let's see our fielding, because honestly, you know what, I'm pretty sure the game kind of had it right the first time.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and put the Magic Koopas up here. Like around the infield.
Because they're slow as shit.
Yeah, they're slow as shit. So Zach, speaking from just kind of, I want to say experience because you're not, I mean, you haven't played a lot of sports, I'd imagine, but when you're watching baseball, what is kind of like the area like at the outfield that gets the least amount of traffic?
Ooh, that's hard. That's hard to say. That's hard to say because, in my opinion, like both left and right field get get equal amounts depending on where you're actually playing at.
Okay.
So because some baseball parks have like a short left field, or some parks have like a longer left field, and what have you. Depends on the park with the left or right field. Yeah. Center field though is always very important. That's where the most traffic is.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that we've run the violence against Zach thing into the ground, chat. I'm putting a kibosh on that right now. Anyways. I'm actually going to put Waluigi a bit further down in the order. Maybe. There we go. I feel like that's fine. Wait, hold on. Can I was about to say, can I not get the Piantas? And yes, I can. Okay, cool. They're fast creatures at heart. Dude, these guys are not fast at all. Our team is slow as shit. So... What's the Wario Greats against the Mario Sunshines yet again? It's the rematch. Damn it. I have to say, I want to see his ball here. Nice. Game 2 of this series. I mean, in a sense, I guess you could say this right here is a 2-game series, brother.
Come back, Wario! Come back!
Wario. I should have kept an eye on him. Honestly.
Bro, I don't know why, but this game feels like you really need to pay attention to like the base runners, because they just like to go off on their own.
No, I know. I've not... Like, I've been playing, like, MLB The Show recently, and usually, unless it's, like, a sure thing it's gonna hit the ground, or, like, until it hits the ground and it's unsure, the base runners typically stay within arm's reach of the base they're on. So, it's like, I don't know what's up with that, honestly. Alright, well, Waluigi's gonna fucking school these guys again, so...
Alright.
He's absolutely just gonna sit everybody down here. Because he barely allows runs, it feels like. Nice! Calm looking.
Can see Wario sit down on his ass? No.
Dude, no. I want to see Wario sitting down. That'd be so fun.
Woo.
I have to say, does Waluigi not have a special pitch?
He should, like all captains and co-captains do.
Oh, nah, come on. Oh,
ah!
Dude, right into the audience.
Ah! Oh, right down the middle.
Struck me out. Right down the middle, too. That was embarrassing. Oh! Dude, even with a sure hit like that, Magic Koopa's so slow that I don't know if he can make it.
Like a Java critter out here.
Coming in 2029, the epic conclusion to the Michael Jackson trilogy, Michael 3, Moonwalker's Requiem. It's time for the final Shamoon.
Shamoon?
It's almost time for us to announce the Long Boy Club's new product. Introducing the Torture Mizak. You can hit him, punt him, throw him into the sun, and best of all, he's fireproof so you can burn him to a crisp and he'll be okay. Available soon for only $35.99.
Zach, time him out, please.
Buy him at www.longboyclub.com/merch.
I asked you to stop and you're still doing it. And not only that, you broke one of the rules in my chat. Don't post links without asking me first. I don't care if it's a joke. Please don't. Thank you. Yes, at least ask. Oh! Nice, Boo! We need to have a merch shop for the Long Boy Club. Alright, fantastic. Thank you, Zach. Sorry, man, I just gotta fucking enforce my rules. You know?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
dude,
I
I
saw it! Dude, he's so comfortable. And he's so comfortable and he's happy about it. We need Long Boy Club baseball jerseys and baseball hats. Jerseys would be probably, you know, stretched too far, but hats I could probably absolutely do. My thing is, I don't know what the demand is. You know, like, I would need to, like, set up, like, something to kind of, check demand. You know? So...
Yo, look, I think you just got Luigi.
I'm pretty sure I just got Luigi, too. Dude, I got Luigi Mario, no way.
Yeah.
I got Luigi Mario, no fucking way.
So, yo.
Home run?
Oh!
Oh no, and it bounces off the wall. I don't trust Wario's speed.
Yeah. Oh, okay, a chance to get Mario.
This is the one. This is the one right here. Whoa! Run! Oh shit! Dude, and all it took was some Luigi hitting. That's crazy. No, everyone go back! Everyone go back! Oh my god. That was almost disastrous.
Yeah. So things are happening at once.
I think the main sell for the Long Boy Club would be a talking homunculus plush. Yeah, I wanted to make plushes for like a minute. But like, again, like the demand has to be there and also the audience needs to be larger. You know? Maybe if somehow I get to like 10,000 followers in my lifetime, then maybe we'll do it.
Just to get them all out.
Exactly. There we go. Anyways, can we at least have Long Boy Club stickers? Dude, stickers are something I've been wanting forever. So, I'm a big fucking sticker man over here. I like putting stickers on my shit. So, I used to put them on my guitars, but I've taken them off since then. So, mostly because if I do get, you know, stickers for my axes, I would, you know, want them to be from like independent artists. So, oh, nice change up. Fantastic. But no, I would need to set up like a Google form or something to like help gauge interest. Because people could say, oh, I want that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll get it.
Yo, I got Mario and Luigi now.
And Luigi. I got both of them, brother. I got both of these guys. MVP.
Yeah, MVP.
Wow, Luigi got the MVP.
Oh, that's what the game means by get MVP.
I remember at the end of, like, you know, the old, or the week, dude, the white flag. Now, Mario, time for you to go to work for the real hero. Could I get any more manly? No, a new legend is born.
I mean, bro.
But I didn't get the piñatas. Man, okay.
I think you can change your like positions and what have you from the menu over here.
Check stars.
Say. Alright, maybe not.
Hold on, Mini Mario. What? Mini Mario?
Yeah, it's his nickname right now. Mini.
Thin dude. Fatso. Apprentice, Big Ghost, Blusher, and Croaker.
He's a croaker.
Alright, I feel like we gotta go against Yoshi now.
Yep.
Play my team, you weird little dinosaur. Hey, you, Greenie, clean your ears. Delicious? Huh? Oh, right, the game.
I'm not paying Mario any attention.
No, I mean, like, you know, making merch would be cool. It would be a pain, but it would be dope. Again, the thing is, like, would people even want it? So... I feel like having the Mario Brothers out there would just be good. So... Wait, do they not have synergy with each other? No, they should.
Yes, I brought Mario and Luigi better have synergy with each other.
What's that to say? Jeez. I mean, having the power on the team is, you know, just a really good thing in general, so I'm keeping Petey Piranha out there. In terms of power, we'll go ahead and bring Mario up here. Luigi will follow him. Petey Piranha, he'll be the cleanup guy, so... Bro, Waluigi, you can't call Yoshi that slur. Not cool. Wait, what do you mean? You called him a dinosaur. That's what he is.
Yeah, he is one. You weird little dinosaur.
You weird little dino. Can you believe Waluigi can use the G word on Yoshi? It's disgraceful. What are you talking about, man?
Green? Do you mean green?
Dude, that's not what it... Dude. Greenie. I mean, that's what he is. Dude, that's what he is. He's a green dinosaur.
Oh, barely.
Ooh!
Ground rule double, though.
Oh, it's a ground rule double. Great.
Get a hit.
Get a hit. Ah, that was way too early. That was probably a ball, too. That was down the middle.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, God.
That's way too far
I'm
for
glad.
Wario.
No, I'm actually glad you did pick Wario because I forgot he says, like, insane funny shit in this.
No, I know. Dude, he's awesome. I'm glad we picked him. Oh, no, that's probably gonna... No, get there! Yes!
Woo, Luigi's got wheels.
He still picks up the RBI single, so... What the... Wait, it's still in play! It's still in play! Get there, Luigi! Nice.
That guy's confused.
Dude, I would be confused too. I'm with him on that. I'm with him there.
Oh, yeah, let's go. The fundamentals.
Dude. Now we're freaking building something here.
I'm saying if it was Boo or King Boo, they have not made the first base like Luigi did.
No, they wouldn't have. I mean, now we're getting somewhere, I feel like.
Well, you can just keep smacking it.
Yeah, the Magic Koopas just keep freaking smacking that shit. My friend Tyler wants to see the Michael Jackson movie, but wait, Egg Ball? Oh, okay. Okay, good. I was a little scared there for a sec. Oh no, yep, that's... No, really? It's all Magic Koopas here, brother. And they all have...
Luigi.
Nice!
Run, Magic Koopas!
Run! Ah, he's too slow, dude. But no, I was going to see the Michael Jackson biopic, but I just didn't get around to it. I don't even know if it's still in theaters. Last movie I saw in theaters was the Mario Galaxy movie, and I didn't like that very much. So, all right, there we go.
You know what you will get, Logan? You will get your fourth Star Fox 64 remake and like it.
Oh, brother, dude. I mean, like, they can have it. That's fine. Yeah, in all seriousness, I don't really, like, hate... I don't hate, like, the new character looks. But I think it's just funny that people are dunking on it, so...
Yeah.
I enjoy dunking on things sometimes, so... And, like, what is the name of Fox's dad?
Because, James. That's his name, James.
James McLeod. Yes,
yeah.
Okay. There is a still of him from the Nintendo Direct where he looks like the Virgin from the Virgin and Chad memes. Like I saw that and I was like, dude, I gotta fucking make this. I gotta make this while it's still hot, and I did, and it's very funny. Yeah, babies. I mean, babies playing baseball, bud. You gotta start them young.
Yep.
I mean, that was my dad's mistake. He didn't start me on baseball young. And now it took me until 26 to actually enjoy it. So
get a hit.
Get a hit.
Yoshi.
All right.
Oh, he fooled you.
Yeah, he fooled me. That was obvious. Oh!
Oh, come on! No!
Dang.
Slow.
I mean, if my dad started me on baseball when I was young, then maybe we would have gone to, like, many Cubs games by now, but we've only gone to, like, 2. And soon, and he wants to take me to, 1 now that I'm older. So,
yep.
It's like this will be my 3rd one ever. Oh, nice!
The twinkle in his eyes has returned.
I know! I haven't seen that look in his eyes in a while. So,
yeah.
Plus some WGN showing Cubs games. Just like WWE Superstars showing on Thursday nights at 8 Central WGN Network, or whatever the meme was.
Oh, that's barely foul.
Big fly ball. I fed that to them, really. It was no good. And 3 Shy Guys up now. But yeah, how you doing, Big Gamer?
Yeah, how you doing?
But no, like, I saw the new character designs, and, like, I don't feel particularly strongly about them.
Yeah. But
in general, I feel like that they really overcooked Falco.
Look, my only big takeaway is like, oh, I can be VTubers with them.
They put in like an AR game in there for like no reason.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's probably the best thing about it. So, can we at least agree that Cat was done dirty in this remake? Which one is Cat?
I'll show you. Okay. I know who he's talking about.
Okay. Shy Guys are silly little dudes. I like Shy Guys too. Yeah. They're just shy little guys. They're fun.
Bro, you know what's actually funny about the whole Star Fox thing? Actually, they really announced a direct like shout out to direct like less than a half hour before it ended up happening.
That's so Nintendo, dude. If it's not one of like their tentpole franchises, who gives a fuck? So, but we did advance Petey, so. Fed it right to Birdo.
Damn. That's tough.
Hold on, did I get Yoshi on my team or no?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you got the hit with the Magic Koopa.
Okay, well then we'll run this game back. Okay? Thankfully the games in this mode tend to go by pretty quick, so.
Where did the pink go? Oh my goodness.
dealing with the life, having less than $1 in my checking account, but still working 6 days a week. Dude, when do you get paid? Because, like, that right there is obscene.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Yosh.
His little jump.
Dude, I love his little flutter jump. It's good.
Yeah. Jump! Get an extra out there, Luigi. Oh, speaking of Luigi, though.
Get the player out. We could do that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Dude, he says that anytime he charges up, bet. Oh, yeah! Nice! Come on. Come on, that right there needs to be a flag. Thank you.
Woo. MVP again. Dude, I feel like Waluigi is always thinking the MVP.
Dude, I feel like Waluigi's gonna get MVP, like, every time. Simply due to his pitching. We won! We won! Yes! That wasn't even a challenge. Oh, Yoshi! Oh boy, we lost the game. And I'm hungry.
Yeah.
No, but we didn't pillage any of their team. We need to, like... we need to go back in there and pillage. Looking for a little beating? Dude. So I love, like, Wario's coming in here, picking a fight, and, like... and Yoshi is just minding his own business. You know?
What's bro doing?
Like, dude, it's not that serious. This shit is not that serious. Calm down. Go. Keep pulling bad chance cards from the game of life. I understand that, dude. Hit the bar with... Oh, hit the bar... Sorry, hit the ball onto the star piranha plant.
Yep. This is so green, oh my god.
Very Yoshi story-esque.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Go for two, go for two!
Yeah. That right there's extra bases.
Or
and that... Sorry, and that has, like, triple written all over it.
Yeah.
Probably an inside the Parker, but I didn't want to take that.
Yeah, because he is slow. It is so Wario.
It's so Wario, and he is slow as shit. So... Damn, what did I just say about posting links?
Oh, go back and look.
I mean, I guess I can accept it this one time just because it's like a fucking just, you know, random fucking website. But, you know, still.
Oh, I legit didn't mean to put that link. Fine.
I'm willing to hand wave it this time just because it's like just a, you know, a link to a website that everyone knows. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No, this is why I got curious and clicked on like bluesky.com, and it actually takes me to a whole ass website where you can buy like calendars and what have you called Blue Sky.
So that's not the social media account Blue Sky?
No.
If I'm gonna remain consistent, I need to time him out. So I time him out for 5 minutes.
Alright. No problem.
I'm sorry, Dan, it's about consistency.
It can't make this exceptions. Yeah. Still timeout, yeah. Press the timeout button and...
For 60 seconds. Or rather, 600 seconds. Sorry, Dan, it's about consistency.
I meant to 600 seconds.
Yoshi Islanders.
Oh, 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, that's... Sorry, that translates to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure we've made no headway in this game.
It's like we're fighting Mario again.
What would it be for 60,000 seconds? That's a good question, Zach. Look that up.
Oh boy! All right.
That's a good question because I don't know. Zach, look that up.
60,000 seconds to minutes.
All right, Kamek versus Yoshi. He still has these weird sounds here.
1,000 minutes.
Dude, he may as well just be banned for the whole day at that point.
Yeah. Well, what's 1,000 minutes to hours? That's what I want to know. Minutes to hours. 16 hours.
Yeah. I mean, like that right there's a whole day basically.
Yeah.
All right, Shy Guy. I only need one flag to get him on the team.
Meow.
Oh yeah, I can actually like control the ball.
Yep.
Nice. And get him with the change up. Yeah,
Stunned.
there you go.
He was stunned.
Dude, he was fucking stun locked, yeah. He was stun locked. That was good. Yeah, Waluigi's just gonna get like MVP every time because of his pitching stats. So
yeah. And not because of his sitting, that's for sure.
No. Case in point. Oh wait, hold on! Hold on! What?
Oh my goodness.
What? Are you kidding me?
Fucking piranha plant over here.
Oh, I just fed that right to Birdo.
Man, it's gonna be one of those games. Not of you in particular, but the bad luck.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that right there was me in particular. So.
Yeah.
Alright. Get all of them out, Waluigi. Nice. I feel like I need to give someone else a chance on the mound at some point. Like, I don't know, Boo or something.
Oh no! You in time.
Dude, he spent like a full 2 seconds just playing with that ball, and I was like, dude, throw it.
You can't doing the right control. So be like, oh no, Kamek!
No!
Kamek, no!
No! Dude, he's gonna freaking. No!
You lost. Well, now the series is tied 1-1.
Dude, he fucking just did some twirling magic on the ball, and he didn't even throw it. Too bad. Yeah.
Too bad. Good luck next time.
Well, hey, I'm pretty sure I got the Shy Guys, right? Rah, I lost to this fossil. Okay. Okay, we need to rein him in. Me? That made me so hungry.
Yoshi does not care.
No, I didn't get the Shy Guy because I didn't win.
Oh, you actually need to win as well. Oh.
Okay, well, we need to try this again, I feel like. Because I don't just want to, like, go with this group here.
Bro, I remember why I love this game so much. It gets so invested. The Yoshi Islanders,
versus the Wario Garlics.
Nom nom nom.
Play ball!
Mario, please, man. Work with me, dude!
Hi, Henry.
Hi, Henry! Yeah!
Oh!
Oh!
Yeah, let's go! Saved you.
That piranha plant saved. With the save. Also, hi, Henry. Or Oliver. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, that's Henry.
That's a double. She lick on my guard till I Wario. Dude, same.
Father, why are you a robot?
Wait, do I still have this enabled? Do I still have, like, the voice thing enabled, or no?
Sound.
Oh, I do!
Pipe.
I do.
Oh, yep, mask off, yep.
I do still have it enabled. Wow.
It's fine once in a while.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ooh, 2 for the price of 1.
Strike him out.
You literally just strike the captain out. There's a don't hold back.
Fuck! Dude, it's hard. So what does that do? It should make my voice robotic, does it not? Hold on.
Oh, let me listen to the stream.
It should make my voice robot, does it not?
Oh, they don't.
Oh, well, hold on. There, now it should. Try that.
Yep, you're robotic now.
Okay, cool. Cool, got it. It's been a minute since I checked up on that redeem. It's seldom used. So.
Oh. So slow.
Dude. That's awful.
Dang, you're losing again.
Dude, Yoshi might win this series. I can't have that.
Oh.
Alright, we're gonna do the change up here. Oh, hey. Fuck you, Birdo.
Go fuck yourself.
Nice.
Ooh. Now that's when the wand comes in handy.
Fed it right to the Magic Koopa. That's good. Fed it right to the Shy Guy. Good. Good. Thank you, Magic Koopa. I appreciate that. That's a gross fly ball. Wow.
That's nasty. Ooh, get a hit. Uh-oh, Waluigi.
One hit. Dude, please just do it. Great, you used a freaking star and it went foul. Oh, get it!
Oh!
Holy shit!
You're my hero! Oh,
I got greedy. Oh, but I got a hit. It still counts.
Yeah.
But I need to win the game now.
You actually won the game.
Finish them off in 3 batters.
Okay.
Alright, I'm showing Shy Guy no quarter. Here.
3 up, 3 down.
This is an intense inning here, I will say.
Yep. John Walker.
Nice! Got him with changeup. So we have 3 Shy Guys in this inning. This should be simple. Nice. Change up. Nice.
They don't know what to do with the change-up.
Get it! Nice. Hey, Stev, I really am sorry that leak was completely on accident. No, dude, it's fine. Just please be mindful of that, okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have no links without asking me in my rules.
Oh!
No!
Oh,
Wario! Let's go!
Okay, I thought I was out of here.
Dude, I thought that was gone too. I thought that was gone too, but we need to like get some run production going here.
It's the way the camera was panned.
But no, we need to get some run production going here because this is not looking good. All right, Mario.
Mario.
It goes foul because of course it does.
I don't know why the fireball and what have you isn't coming out though.
I don't know why it's not coming out either. It should be coming out, right?
Yeah, let's go! Let's go.
Like, it should be coming out, yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
Nice. It's a good little doinker there. Dang it. Petey, you're supposed to be the friggin' cleanup man. Clean up, please. Don't just feed it to the friggin' babies. Okay, fine. Magic Koopa, you go.
Oh!
Nice. Alright, we are breaking now, dude.
Insurance run.
Dude, we're breaking now.
Yep. We're so back.
We may just win this series against Yoshi. I will say that to complete your joke from earlier, Dan. Wario did call Yoshi fossil in the way that someone uses like an ancient slur that hasn't been used in 100 years. Add quote, don't just feed it to the freaking babies. That's fine though.
Yeah, you got this, you can win.
Yeah, we're leading, it's fine. Now if only I could get, you know...
Father, if you ever get your own biopic, I want to be portrayed by a real giraffe or at least practical effects. I don't want to be portrayed by painfully obvious CG like they did Bubbles.
Now listen. Listen, at that point I'll be dead, and that's not going to be up to me. So, you know, make sure that you're in contact with whatever agents that we have. Because at that point it's not going to be within my control. So, because I'll be dead. I wonder if the baby versions of the brothers have synergy with their, you know, like, not baby versions.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. I can get Burrow, can't I? They'll let them score even one run. Dude, even one run.
Yeah, look away for like 1 minute. Runners at the corners.
No! No! Dang it.
There's that damn piranha plant.
That godforsaken piranha plant. He's gonna take us to extra innings. You sound like Megatron after he lost the All-Spark. I will take that as a compliment. Dude, we may lose this.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, JoJo. How are you? We're losing right now. Well, no, we're not gonna lose. Because we're gonna hit him with that brand new charge ball. And then the brand new change up. And then The brander newer charge. Fuck. No! Are you kidding me?
Man.
All that work, dude?
Man, you choked at the end.
All that work! All of that work! Now for sports games. WWF No Mercy is the latest title from Aki Corporation. Oh, what? I'm just getting word from the commissioners. This is a best of 5 series. Well, the roster of this game is certainly impressive. The fact is that the wrestling I just got word from the commissioners. This right here, to impossible. We were pulling our hair out trying to do the people's elbow. Ah, come on! It's just an elbow drop. Almost every wrestler in the game has I got word from the Mario Baseball commissioners. Super complicated for The Rock. That's absurd, folks. The sound quality in this game is also terrible, with many of the iconic themes being crushed down to fit on the Nintendo 64. And the entrances have been reduced to 10 seconds of posing on the ramp. A real downgrade from what even WCW Revenge offered. One thing Aki does better than Acclaim, however, is customization. You can change almost everything about every wrestler in the game. We brought back the skinny white turd from our review of WWF Attitude, and gave him a great entrance. Here's what our game guy, Tom Allen, cooked up for us. This is for No Mercy, right? Yes. Turd. So chat, unfortunately, before we get into the best of 5 series here that I just invented, we're gonna need to run the ad. But first, don't try to trick me with those puppy dog eyes. I'll punish you. Dude, like, I've been seeing an image right now where it's like a lion roaring at a chimpanzee, and the chimpanzee is just standing there smug with like his like chin resting on his hand, you know? Mm-hmm. And that right there's just Yoshi. Like, like he's like the smug chimp, and Wario is the lion. Yeah, so... Okay, so clearly this team comp isn't working for us. we need to like, first off, we need to get a little better, you know, with our fielding. And Waluigi, I'm sick of looking at you.
Remember the endless tables match? Well, I've invented the endless TLC match, where no tables get broken, no ladders get climbed on, and no chairs used by any means ever. Inspired by the non-stop tables match from the Giraverse.
The non-stop tables match, dude, that right there is from the fucking newest universe mode. That's insane. That's a deep cut.
I can't play Waluigi's getting benched.
I mean, dude, he lost us 2 of these games. He's getting benched for fucking sure. He's for sure getting benched. I cannot keep having performances like that. We're never gonna get this friggin' dinosaur on our team in this rate, you know?
Now we swing at that, though. Hey, barely passed them.
Yeah, barely passed. We got on base. Good. Hold on. Here we go. Nope. Oh, that one, dude, that one's absolutely belted.
So close to a home run.
Very close to a home run, yeah. Luigi's not gonna be the one to get us there. I really need to keep an eye on them, dude. I need to keep an eye on them. because because these players are like ADHD rattled children. They'll just fucking go whenever whenever there's an opening.
Yep.
All right.
No. Tie up. That means I can keep running, right?
Exactly, Zach. Good job. Oh wow, dude, he's got good pitches. Look at him. I enjoy how he has a bit of a curve to his ball.
Yeah. Bro, I love how the glove doesn't even fit him.
No, I know. Dude, he's not even wearing it, he's like holding it.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, yeah.
So, well, I am required by law to have a glove on.
I'm required by law to fucking have a glove. But that doesn't mean I need to like it. Not to say, like, baby Luigi was a left-handed pitcher there, wasn't he? Or like a left-handed batter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh. No, not looking too good for Budo off the bat.
No, it's not. He's allowed 2 base runners so far.
Make that
a third base runner, dude. Okay, we need to like actually start pitching for realsies here. Not for fakes. Wow. That ball is insane. It also lags the game, it looks like. Nice!
Don't play, let's go!
Petey Piranha! All over that shit, dude.
In his mouth.
Dude, we're gonna need a new ball after that. We don't want Petey spit on our stuff, you know?
Nope.
Inspired by the non-stop tables match from the Geariverse.
If you have this much to read and you're only reading this much, then make yourself a super reading machine with the incredible
How much are you
speed
reading,
hand
Zach?
video program. Learn the easy to master techniques that can get you reading
does
3 to 5
visual
times
novels
faster
count?
with better concentration, comprehension, and recall.
Chat, does visual novels count as
Up
books?
to $500 to learn these exciting techniques in a classroom.
Because honestly, I wasn't expecting that.
For a fraction of the cost. Let expert speed reader and president of
Do
all
visual
Speed
novels
Reading,
count as
Steve Moydell,
books?
teach you
I don't
the
know.
simple exercises that can have you reading almost as fast.
Also,
as you
Shoujo, hi there. Welcome on in.
being able to zip
Sorry,
through novels,
I did say hi to you.
textbooks, business reports, and anything else.
So I do lots of reading of visual novels and
RPGs. The New York Times Magazine says the average reader
Hold on.
can greatly increase reading speed and comprehension with the skills taught in this tape. Paul Barkin writes, it really works. In just 3 days, I doubled my speed and improved my comprehension by 10%. And Neil Sanders writes, my rate went up approximately 10 times and my comprehension went up by 20%. The speed reading hand video program comes complete with a powerful study guide with over 30 remarkable, simple ways to increase your learning potential. But that's not all. As an extra bonus for ordering now, you'll also receive absolutely free the audio tape Super Memory Power. Learn to memorize anything quickly and easily, including names and faces, vocabulary lists, foreign languages, speeches, and much, much more. And if you use your credit card to order right now, you'll also receive as an extra special
Zach,
bonus
I'm
the
more or
audio
less
tape Mastering Concentration.
I'm
where
more
you'll learn
floored than
step-by-step
anything
how to
else
focus your
that
mind
the
to
Blue
achieve
Sky
all
link
your
that
goals.
Dan
All
posted
this for the
doesn't
incredible low
lead
price
to
of
the
only
website.
$39.95.
It doesn't lead to the
That's
social
right,
platform,
only
but to a
$39.95,
website
and
that
it comes
sells
with a complete no-risk
calendars.
money-back guarantee.
Yep.
If you're not 100%
Well, have you seen that
satisfied,
site?
just return the program
No.
within 30 days for a full refund. This special TV offer ends
I'll post
soon,
it right
so
here
order
to you.
now. Call toll-free 1-800-253-2300.
Okay.
That's 1-800-253-2300. Use your Visa or MasterCard. Call now, 1-800.
Oh goodness! Also, oh goodness, the fucking redesign for this character here. That's insane. Oh wait, these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sells like calendars and like planners and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That mostly sells planners. It looks like.
It just had to be called Blue Sky.
Blue Sky. your primo destination for goddamn planners and calendars and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was not expecting that, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta look at the character. I'm just like, where did the pink go? Oh my goodness.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna try and make this work.
Yep.
We're gonna do our best to make this shit work.
Oh.
Incredible start, honestly. Why am I not getting any chances to unlock these characters? This is very concerning.
Olga, I won't be surprised if you like have all the challenges done. You just need to win the fucking game.
I wouldn't be surprised about that too. Raph is invisible. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Sorry, I'm too locked in on the baseball. Here.
Turns into Invisible Man. Some shit.
All right, Boo. Let's see how much oomph you got behind that sport. Just enough to drive in a run. Cool.
I'll take it. Like I know you got. Oh wait.
Oh, you're just hiding under your desk. I'm very scared.
Slow run.
I'm very scared of confrontation. Hold on. Batting controls. You set batter's position. On a swing. Press and hold for a charge swing. Okay. Ah, you're kidding me. That would have been so sick.
Oh, that is no.
Oh!
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We got him. That was incredible from Wario. Good job. That was not incredible from Mario. See, that's why we poached you, brother. Ah, damn.
Thank you, Idea Maker.
Thank you very much for the bits, Idea Maker. You have yourself a good night, okay?
Oh.
Dang. Okay, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that we got all of them. I just need to win the game.
Yeah.
Dude, I cannot score a home run to save my life, I feel like.
Nope.
Miss. And now we got the legendary Shy Guy.
It's very
Excuse me. Wow. Sorry.
Oh.
I really need to remember that I could dash with B.
Yep.
Nice. Got him the chase. What?
Oh no, look, he took throw the second.
No, I didn't. That was my bad. Nice. Change up.
Oh, same situation.
Cool. Okay, yeah, Boo is not getting another shot at the mound for a second here. Because this is pretty bad. Nice double play.
Got the double play, though.
And now we got the big hitters. PD Piranha up here first. He's gonna probably gonna line out. Yep. Probably gonna fly out there. As will him.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Dude.
Hey, bro. Nope.
Will you please just hit the ball into the field?
Nope.
Dude, even the field itself is against him. What?
But I was like, nah, son.
No. You've scored more than enough this game. You don't need to get on base again. Ah, dude, I should have kept them there. Yep. I keep forgetting that they don't just stay there by themselves. No, like King Boo. Dude, no one likes King Boo on this field. You're right. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that we got everyone, like you said, Zach. I just need to put this one away. So. Nice. Got Yoshi out. Dude. Ah, I got him chasing. Stupid baby. Dude, I always love Birdo's sound effects in this game. Like, they literally sound like a boat.
Yeah. Yeah!
Okay, Boo redeemed himself in my eyes in that last inning, so... Oh my god, Wario's still sitting down. I love that.
Let's see how many oh boy, you got a lot of characters.
And Boo got MVP! Cool. Alright, well, who all did we get in this one? Oh no, we lost! Oh well, I guess I'll come with you. You look halfway useful, Greenie. Follow me, boy. How awesome am I? I got a new pet.
New pet?
Dude. Dude, I am anxious over what he's gonna say about Peach. We need to... Dude, let's go see.
Yeah, it's like, avoid Bowser Jr., though.
Yeah. Try to avoid Bowser Jr.
Yeah. Oh,
try to avoid Bowser Jr. there. Princess Peach, it's your lucky day. You're playing me, the famous hero. Yes, sure. Let's just play ball, shall we? Then let's get started.
Yeah, she's like, sure, whatever.
All right, well, we kind of, Oh, okay, well, I think I know our new fielders here. Let's see. Yeah, we know. Yoshi.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, the Canadian Taco. I haven't seen you in a little bit. This game is a classic shout out to the Diddy survivors.
My goodness.
To the people who survived Diddy Kong on the field, yes. I'm sure that's what you mean. Hello there, by the way. Absolutely. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. How are you? Right, Birdo has some respectful power behind them. King Boo, I kind of want to keep on here, just... I don't know, Waluigi kind of... I don't know, Boo kind of, you know, impressed me in that last game. I'm willing to give him another shot. I really miss when, like... I don't know, games like this would just have, like, a bunch of, like, random characters so you could put in the field.
Yeah.
It's one thing I really enjoyed about, like, the Mario Strikers games, too. So, okay, yeah, like, everyone in the outfield has some sort of chemistry with each other, so, like, they're gonna be absolutely fire. I kind of want to put Birdo down here, just to act as, you know, the 7th round cleanup person. I'll go ahead and kind of, you know, structure it like that. Alright, cool. I think we got a pretty solid, you know, batting order here.
Right.
Also, everyone ban Roseworth from pitching. The dude is the Randall Johnson of Mario Baseball. Oh, what, Waluigi? Toadsworth. Wait, Toadsworth?
Yeah, Toadsworth. Yeah.
Randy Johnson? Really? Dude, that's an insane take.
I love how this team is called the Peach Monarchs.
The Peach Monarchs. Okay, more like the Kurt Schilling. Okay. Yeah, like I would say Waluigi is like Randy Johnson because like because like Randy Johnson is like a phenomenal pitcher and a so-so batter. So so at best. So I like let it go at the peak to give it power, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately that was not at the peak. I think right as they're glowing, that's when it's at the peak.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
They were, dude, they were really behind Baby Mario there. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh my god. Three batters.
Dude, I would be behind. Dude, I would be behind Baby Mario too. Do you see him?
Well, that's a challenge failed. Damn.
Man.
Well, unless you get a double play.
The big unit. Wario?
Oh boy. Boo, please.
Dude. Boo, don't make me regret my decision, brother. I need you to freaking pull it out here. Nice. Finish them off in 3 batters. That's not gonna happen, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a triple play.
I have failed you. Failure. Change up. Dude, I'm sorry, but the toads being juxtaposed by the bat is very adorable to me.
Yeah. They have their own little face on the bat. They even have their own little face on the bat.
I know! Dude, they're so fucking silly. Look at them. They're so silly and not voiced by Key at all. Alright, cool. Also, is this a 1v1 or is it you versus CPU? This is me versus the CPU.
Yeah. Oh boy. Get it.
1 hit. That's all, man.
That's
it's not gonna happen.
So high.
Man. Dude, uh-oh's right. We're not getting any freaking headway here. Ah, jeez. Alright, hold on. This team needs to fucking stop flying their balls up. Because that's insane.
And not have the ADHD moments of run off on their own.
Exactly, they all just run off on their own. All the time. More like playing like the Blue Jays right now, LMAO. Oh, are they flying out a lot? Nice, Yoshi. Good job.
Are they actually playing right now? Hold on, I'm gonna check real quick.
Yeah!
Yeah! Alright, no, they did not play today.
Nice! Dude, one toad after another. This is crazy.
Oh, okay. The Blue Jays are 16-21 right now.
Oh, okay.
And they lost 0-3 yesterday.
Ouch.
My Tigers. Bro, my Tigers.
What'd you say? Just like your Tigers?
Yeah. Bro, you said my Tigers had a certified Mariners moment yesterday.
Where their opposition struck out like 17 times and they still fucking lost.
yeah, it's like the first time in Tigers history that they allowed only 4 hits or fewer in a game, struck out 15 or more batters, and lost. It's like, bro. Because they could not score a run to save their life.
Fucking throw it to the first base! Baby Mario! Ah, man.
Man, I can't allow Toadsworth to get a hit.
Hold on, hold on.
Well, he's giving up.
No, hold on. I gotta check something real fast. Alright, we won. Oh my god. It's easy on you. That's it, I had to. It says so in the script. Waluigi run away with shit in his pants while we fucking just go and check the controls again. Hold on. Because, like, we need to see... We need to see something here. The offense is declined from that World Series run. Oh, the one they had, like, last season? Because I'm pretty sure they faced the Mariners in, you know, like, I think it was, like, the ALDS. And, you know, the Blue Jays ended up winning, so...
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, why are you, like, a Blue Jays fan? And then I looked at your... You know, your screen name. And I'm just like, Stev, what do you think?
What do you think?
Stev, look at their name, the Canadian Taco, and then you ask that again. So, to perform a charge swing, hold long usually build up power, and time the pitch well, you'll make contact and hit a more powerful ball. Oh! Okay, so like... So like a strong pitch in that case is more about... Rather a strong like hit in that case is more about making good contact with the ball. It's not that hard to know why I'm a Blue Jays fan.
Just, you know, when I hit a home run. Damn.
I don't know, man. I need help with these things sometimes, so... Okay, there you go. I figured it out. We're good. Okay, we figured it out. It's not that hard to know why I'm a Blue Jays fan. I mean, I'm a Mariners fan, and I live in bumfuck Midwest US, so... And before you say sorry, yes, I know. I cry and drink my own tears for hydration. So... You went easy on me? Oh, please. Alright, well, you know what? We could fucking do this, then. I'm actually gonna do this. Hold on.
Resident Evil Requiem literally just dropped a free update, and people are just like, on my way! That's your free update called Leon Must Die Forever minigame.
Leon must die forever?
Yeah.
For all time, he must die. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why? Just tell me. Why does he gotta die?
Forever. Why you gotta forever?
I'm pretty sure that you are a Blue Jays fan because you live in Iceland, right? Oh, shit. Okay, well, you know what? It's alright.
damn.
Oh, dang.
Mario versus Peach.
Get a hit. Any hit.
Please.
Mario.
Should let that go, probably.
Probably, yeah. Brother. Oh god, and I still have Boo in here. Okay.
You can change him out at any point.
Well, yeah, but like I don't think I could change him out with just anyone on the roster. Yeah?
Can't?
No. It needs to be one of the 9 guys on the field.
Yeah.
So like maybe I could like swap them out. Dude, that's the easiest. Thank you. I was about to say, if you didn't like get Toadsworth out, we were gonna have some issues. Because we could hear his fucking knees just like make their way down to the bases. You know, like I'm right after the hit.
Oh, Luigi, come on.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Weege.
Like, we know Mario and Wario are like good pitchers, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like, Wario's a very good batter. He's a so-so pitcher.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I might miss Waluigi right now.
I miss him too, brother. He didn't let me down this much. He didn't let me down like this, ever.
Yeah, P-Pron's pretty much all or nothing with, like, his swings.
Ah, nice job, Luigi.
Let's go.
That was good. Mew. What the?
Oh.
I'm sorry?
It hit the block.
Wow, okay. Cool. Dang.
Because it was going places.
It was! It was going everywhere, dude! That shit was probably an ace in the hole right there. But not so. Alright, we'll try this again.
Yeah. Dude, the way they spin around when
I know, dude. So I love the way they like jump. It's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Bro, I'm hearing this music and I'm not thinking the Super Mario Brothers theme. I'm thinking of the Super Show theme.
Show theme, same. We're the Mario Brothers and plumbing is the game. That was very obvious, ball. I don't know why I went for that. Fuck! Dude! Toad! Why, man? Ain't no one getting on base in this house.
Here's another Boo.
Oh, I'm not fooled. I ain't fooled. Alright, Wah.
Come on, it's time to go to. Wah!
Oh, Boo got a little greedy and he was paid handsomely for it.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, how come you get to do those and I can't?
Explain.
This is rigged, dude.
Ah, that isn't though.
How come you get to have the fancy pitches and I don't? Okay, well we need to like just have like 3 up and 3 down here.
Mm-hmm.
We can't mess around.
Extras.
Nice. Dude, it's just a bunch of toads coming up here.
Yeah.
It's not Peach or Daisy, it's some form of Toad here.
And we haven't had any challenges.
No, we've had like no challenges in this whole game except for like one, which you know I failed that one. But like every other time, it's just nothing. I'm about to say, like, you know what, Peach? Fuck this. I'm gonna go over and see what Donkey Kong's doing.
I just want to whoop your ass.
Alright, cool. I'm like, look at this. We're not getting anything here.
Ooh. Oh my.
Alright, that's fine. Massive fly.
Slow. Wait, back! Oh, wait!
Wait! Go! Oh my god, dude, do I love how he has his hands, like, to his hips there? Or they're, like, his leaves to his hips, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, Luigi, please. Ah, dude, he was so sad there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He was he was so sad that he got struck at. Oh shit.
No, again!
No!
No, again!
That was like a guarantee, too.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here's another challenge. There's all 3 batters.
No!
Fucking Toadsworth?
No! And he hit that with, like, extra power, too. I saw that. Or whatever power that he can muster for his old age. There you go. Okay, so in order for this to really work, I'm gonna need Daisy to hit this.
Ever hit into a double play, if she can actually hit the ball, though, that's the thing.
Dude, Daisy's trolling me. Daisy's trolling me with that, dude. I see it. I see your game.
I saw it.
I saw it. Yes, I saw it. Dang, dude. Can't get anything here.
We might get a tie.
Nice. Yeah, that's fair.
Birdo!
Yeah, I'm having Birdo take a double here. Nice. Yeah, that was almost not good, but it was...
Oh my god, a challenge?
Get a hit. Well, you know what? That's been very hard for us today. Oh, that was hammered, too. Come on. Honestly, that was a pretty good thing that it was a foul ball. Come on, man!
Go back!
Team, why are you so ADHD coded? Right here.
Yeah, remember, you gotta keep an eye on him.
I do. This team is full of stubborn children. Ah, man. Hey, this is brutal.
Yeah.
This is a brutal set of affairs right here. How are you, Joe? How are you doing tonight? My sides hurt right now, so... there you go.
Ooh,
nice.
Sides are hurting from how much you're disappointed in this
Exactly.
team.
I blame myself for thinking that I wouldn't be disappointed. Vibing.
Inning 6. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh my god. Nice, Wario. Good job.
Please, Yoshi, get a hit.
Get a hit. Any hit. Please, man.
Nope. No.
So here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I want to go see what Donkey Kong's doing. All right, we won. You did. Wow! You know what? I want to see what Donkey Kong's doing. Okay, no way a monkey is stronger than me. Let's do this, banana breath. Woo, woo. Speak English, monkey, or don't speak at all. In fact, I'll just shut you up myself.
Bro?
Dude.
It's insulting the way he speaks.
Bro. Okay, you know what? We gotta get him back out there, dude. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's alright. Cool. Round up players. I'm gonna try my best, brother. Buddies exhibit unpredictable powers when they field and bat.
The DK Kongs.
Dude, the Donkey Kong Kongs.
Yeah.
Incredible work here. Having the Koopas and the Goombas here is insane, I'm not gonna lie.
Oosh. The trigger happy.
Alright. That's gonna be easily caught, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, we are playing like the Blue Jays right now. We're just like flying out or lining out.
Oh boy, this again.
Finish him off in 3 batters. Well, listen, I trust Waluigi more in that department than I do Boo, so.
Uh-huh.
Damn it, dude. No good. Absolutely no good. Nah, that wouldn't have got him anyways.
Telekinesis.
Not to say, Goomba, can you hit that, please? You hit it! No! Dude, this is really difficult to get, like, you know, characters on, I feel like.
And you're playing on the easy setting.
No, I'm playing on normal, so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, I literally thought that, like, Luigi was about to get ducked with that.
Yeah, it hurt.
I love how, like, exuberant Waluigi gets whenever he strikes someone out. Like that.
I know, right? When he poses and shit.
He's, like, so happy at what he's accomplished. Also, his, like, pitching posture is insane. He throws up one of his legs a whole, like, almost 90 degrees in order to get it done.
Bro, those long legs.
I know, right? I need to, like, be more patient. Hold on. Ah! Wait, he flies away?
Yeah.
Thank you, Barrel. You could have gone there a little quicker, man. Dude, what's it gonna take to not fly out here?
Yeah.
What is it gonna take to not fly out?
Obviously, some characters are better with charges than others.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, I would kind of expect Luigi to be at least a little good at it.
Yeah, right?
Yep. You've got to hit him weakly.
Our chance.
Dang. Okay.
There we
go.
go.
Take those. We take those.
Hey, throw it right before I hit him.
Oh.
Get down, get down. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Not nice.
Not nice. Not nice. Nah, really not nice. Definitely not nice.
You all are children. You all are little children. He like extends his leg upwards. Like, dude, that's more than 90 degrees. That's like 95-degree angle that he puts his like right leg at.
I guess he really does do leg work here.
I guess so, yeah.
Can't wait for him to do the splits.
There you go.
Oh shit.
Get the player out.
Just please get her out.
Dude, am I about to take dicks away here?
Dicks. Not that.
Get it! Nice. Alright, cool, we'll take those. We take those right there.
Wario, you're supposed to be a power hitter. Please, my dude.
No way! Wow. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I need to, like, keep an eye on this shit. Get a hit. I like how tiny the ball is in comparison to Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Like, in his hand, it looks like a golf ball.
Let's go, Mario!
Nice! Oh, that was almost not a hit.
Yeah, let's say. Yeah, Peter Prawn is the definition of a charge hitter because his regular swings are weak as shit.
Dude, I'm close to benching him, I'm not gonna lie. I'm close to putting him on the bench. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that's why Logan, like, Peter Prawn, at least when I was a kid, he is like the character I always had on my team because...
What? Okay. I don't even know...
Like,
oh, okay, never mind. What?
He was like the character I always had on my team because, for me, I was always able to hit home runs with him.
I could do that when I was a kid too, but so far I've not hit any home runs in this, and it's very disheartening. Okay, Waluigi is starting to stink it up a little bit. Coming for your knees, tall boy. Dude. Dude, you don't think everyone's already tried that shit? No!
What's the third inning? And I didn't realize.
Dude. Okay, well, we need to try that again.
Yeah, it's to get Dixie.
They ain't strapped like thee. Yarr, this is different from the script. Retake, retake.
Retake.
Okay, yeah, this right here is getting a little sad. I invented a sneaky little magic ball, and it's going to own you, pal. There's nothing like just smashing the ball. Dude, hold on. Dude, hold on. This right here is like monkey see action. It's great. We have had enough knee-based violence in this chat today, thank you. I was about to say, everyone was like threatening Zach in very like overt, weird ways, you know? So we've had enough. I've steel-plated my knees, brother. They're looking like fucking, they're looking like fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin's bionic fucking knee brace knees. You are not getting these, dude. Okay, yeah. He's getting benched. Boo, you can stay on the field. Yeah, we kind of have a fucked up thing here right now. We have a little bit of a fucked up team comp here, I feel like.
Okay, I guess we in this game, the biggest learning curve for you is having to not really manually, but trying to get the batters the base runners back to their actual base, because they always go off on their own.
Yes. Next dog, the parking lot at work already took mine out today. Yeah. We're leading off with power. Probably should lead off with contact, but I've had very bad luck with with batting today. So, especially when I do that, I just. I challenge this team to not just fly out the balls like that. Nice.
Oh, someone got hit.
Pay attention to them stuff. I may actually have to get stitches if possible. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that, brother.
Oh boy, here we go.
I have some faith. Here we go. If anyone could do this.
Hello, Mario.
Dude.
That's me right now.
Yes, that's me right now. And Yoshi just got decked with a barrel. Why? Why?
Man, I guess that's the disadvantage of the slow ball. You can hit for power.
It gives you time to hit it for power, yeah. Nice, Yoshi! That's why we have you in the outfield, brother.
Oh, wait.
Dang.
It's because you decided to go to home with that.
Nice job, Yoshi. That's why we have you in the outfield, dude.
Well, that was close.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Ah, fucking damn it.
Is it?
No, it's not. That's fake.
Fakeness.
That right there's bullshit, dude. Finally, we're out of this inning. Jeez.
So like, you know, it's one thing I always when I was a kid in this game. I just never crossed my mind. I never actually like moved to the batter. I always stayed in the middle.
Yeah, like you'd always stay in the center of the box.
Yeah.
Sure.
Damn.
Pretty much fully recovered from wisdom teeth removal surgery. Nice. I remember when I got my wisdom teeth removed. That was not fun. I mean, they did put me under. Come on.
No.
See, like, the problem that I'm seeing right now, right? It's like keep hitting it, like, with the pulse of the bat, almost. I'm not hitting it, like, with the top, like I should be. That's partly leading to a lot of the ground outs. Rather flyouts, I should say.
Yeah.
Dang. What also doesn't help is that when I hit it at the top anyway, it still flies out.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Same, but I woke up with a numb lip as well. But when I... Sorry, when I got my wisdom teeth removed, like, they literally put me under. And when they, like, put the shit in my arm, right? Like, I expected it to, like, be, like, you know, a minute. But no, it was, like, 15 seconds and I was under. You know? It was, like, really trippy.
Wait, no!
Ah! Dude, that right there's what you get for running past the ball.
You overran that.
Yeah. Ah! That didn't even look like a ball. I'm surprised that counted.
Yeah. It didn't look like a strike.
Yeah, it did look like a... It didn't even look like a strike to me. No, I really wish Goomba was in the way of that.
Yeah.
Mmm.
He has a big windup.
He does. What also doesn't help is that he can, like, just make that shit fly, too.
Ooh,
wow.
Got very lucky.
That's lucky, yeah. Alright. Hit it for power, dude. I chose you, partly because Zach wanted to, but also because I was advertised incredible power. Wario, you suck.
Whoa!
Wario,
Also, your other two players suck for not running back.
Wario, you fucking suck, dude. Dude, what kid? We're literally playing near a volcano. I'm gonna say right here that this is the only game that I've played, or rather the only baseball game that I've played where you can not only get a triple play, but triple plays can be very common.
Yep.
If you don't pay attention, triple plays are so fucking common. Careful when you cross the river.
It's like when you play this game. When you play this game, there's like so many things you have to pay attention to.
I know.
Wario!
Wario! Are you kidding me, dude? Ooh, I probably could have let that go. Nice.
Now that is actually nice. Oh, I didn't hit him.
Dude, did I call hacks on that? I'm not gonna lie.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
No! I'm over here like throwing my controller around because I'm tilted. Okay, well we need to run the ad, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
You've seen the Pillow Pets.
I'm about to go
This
up.
will make us happy, though.
You know what would make me happier is if I got up and pissed, so I'm gonna go do that.
You did that.
Pillow Pets are cute, huggable pets that pop open into full-size pillows. They're soft, they're cuddly, and they make perfect pillows. You've seen the ladybug, the dog, the frog, the unicorn, the dolphin, the bumblebee, the monkey, and all the others. But now, there's even more pillow pets. There's a new T-Rex dinosaur, a triceratops, a pterodactyl, a dragon, an elephant, a koala bear, a purple ladybug, and a lot more. Go online to see all the new pillow pets at www.pillowpets.com. Moms and grandmas, if you don't think your kids will love pillow pets, then watch this.
Okay, go ahead and open up the package.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! What is it? A pillow pet! We both got pillow pets!
Kids love their pillow pets. Go online to see all the new pillow pets. The new pillow pets are only available online. Pillow pets are soft, they're cuddly, and they make kids happy. Kids love to collect pillow pets too. How many pillow pets do you have? See all the new pillow pets at www.pillowpets.com. That's www.pillowpets.com. Start collecting your pillow pets today.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Oh, we're back. Wah. Logan, are you muted?
Sure am. Sorry. But no, I don't know how to not line out in this game, Zach.
Yeah, how do I not?
Rather, like, I'm a line out or fly out. That's like one of like the only two things I do in this, it feels like. I agree with you there, Beryl.
Yeah, please.
Luigi, please. Luigi!
There's a hit.
Stay right there. There you go. Not nice enough, though.
Yeah, that's fast.
That's a fast freaking ball, dude. No, I'm having him go back.
There you go.
Have him go back. There you go. Nope. There you go. Woo! Okay.
Wow, literally up the middle.
Dude, literally just a little, like, a doinker through the infield. That's good. Not so good, but at least we're still on base. Oh, Luigi, go home. I got greedy there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
No, that's on me.
Yeah, that one's on me. I thought I had more time there.
Yeah.
Strike him out.
Strike him out.
Well, if anyone could do it, it's Waluigi. Or maybe not.
Bro, I feel like every time you say something nice about Waluigi, it makes me really
I know, you're right. I need to stop gassing up Waluigi. I really need to stop gassing him up because anytime I do, he fails me. I need to, like, just let him succeed on his own merits. You know? As bad as a fucking boxing glove. No, dude, literally, it's so good. I really love the way they put Donkey Kong in this, because he also has that boxing glove and Super Sluggers. So
yeah, look at he has the exact same boxing glove when he shows up in Punch Out Lee.
And then, like, you look at the baseball in his hands, and it's like really tiny. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, anytime I inflate his stupid friggin' ego, he fails me. You and your pride and your ego.
Bro,
of course it couldn't fly into the path of the barrel. It had to fly right in front of it. Yep. I know this game now, kinda. That's good. No! Go back! Go back!
He just trying to chase him down.
That was really good. God damn it! God damn this team, dude! Can't get shit over here. Ah, nice Mario. Every time you play his ego, he gets overconfident. You're right.
Bro, is that like, that's the Mario characters in a nutshell.
What?
But I'm playing ego, both of them.
Oh, fucking shit, dude. No.
Oh, it's gone.
Make the pay. Dude, we are in danger of losing this right here. Yeah, we gotta pitch aggressive here. Nice. Watch this, you bitch. No!
Oh my... Oh. Pain. You're starting to improve, though. You're starting to improve.
I am, but DK giving a rough time? Dude, he's giving the roughest time right now. This monkey is beating my ass right now. But dude, I want to beat him, okay? I feel like I can. I'm so close. Dude, like, literally, Wario is just, like, raging. He's so angry at these guys. And Donkey Kong and Yoshi specifically do not give a single fuck. like, they don't care at all about him or his plight. So... Hold on, can I change their color? No, I can only have their primary color. Which makes no sense because I had the... Hold on. No, never mind. We're fine, it's fine, it's okay. It's okay! We're okay. I'm alright, I'm not mad. Don't put it in the newspaper that I was mad. Alright. Okay, fine, we take those, brother. But I challenged one person on this team to hit a home run. Any of them. I don't even care if it's Wario, just anybody on this team. Please do it.
Oh, that was just bad luck right there.
He just like dapped it right over to the friggin' infielder.
Oh.
No!
Bro, the camera pants in this game makes it feel like it goes further than it actually does.
No, I know.
Okay.
Finish him off at 3 batters. Nice. 9 pitches, Wah. You could do it.
No, wait, don't say that, look.
Okay, Wah, you can't do it.
yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Luigi?
Bro,
are you stupid?
That could have been an out.
That could have so easily have been an out. What are you doing?
Oh boy, things are falling apart.
Dude. What are you doing?
Man.
Ah! What are you doing, dude? What, dude?
Yeah, let's just throw in a towel now and try again.
Dude, you know what? That's what I'm feeling too. Can I, Wario? Can I like bench you? Can I please bench you, dude? Because you kind of stink. So.
No.
Please tell me I can bench him. No, I can't.
Can't bench the cat.
Okay, well. Alright, well, here's what I'm doing alternatively then. I'm putting you, like, down here. There. That's our batting order now. Maybe leading off with power isn't the play.
Yeah.
So Yoshi, you go first. Animal versus animal. Let's do it. Oh, and immediately he delivers.
Yeah, boy!
Yoshi! Yoshi! That's a triple for Yoshi right off the bat.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Oh, baby. Perfect! And it goes foul anyways.
Dude, that was so close to being a home run. That shit wasn't though. Oh,
wait. No, he can go ahead! He can go ahead! Let's go! Holy shit!
Get ahead, please.
I'm not even asking you to hit it hard, just get a hit.
There you go. Alright, now if you win, you get Donkey Kong.
I am so fucking happy right now, Zach. I don't even know how to, like, describe it to you.
Go back, go back, go back!
I should have started having him go back from the jump, honestly.
Yeah.
Dude, I have been beating my head against this Donkey Kong shaped wall for I don't know, like an hour at this point. But I feel like finally, after changing the batting order, I think we might actually start cooking. There we go.
Let's go.
Nice work, Shy Guy. Good job. Oh, Shy Guy. Ow! What? I'm sorry, what? Did frickin' Mario hurt himself? I'm pretty sure Mario just hurt himself. Can players get injured in this game? Oh no, but they can get home runs. And that's a no-doubter. I love how the camera shakes when he runs. But dude. Yeah, he punched that shit out of here. That was no doubt. Dude, even when I win, I lose.
Man. Oh shit!
Manga Common with the Long Boys, Girls, Envies, and... Yeah, no! Hi, welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. What were you doing on your end? Did you have fun doing it? Because I am having a sensational time over here playing Mario Superstar Baseball.
He's been getting a lot of triple plays.
And now I'm tired, lol. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of triple plays here, which I never really do in these games. But, you know, over here in the Long Boy Club, we're breaking new ground here. So.
Yeah.
Ah, Waluigi. Maybe you need more power in your bat. But yeah, hi, I'm GirafaStev, president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the long and large enjoyer of games wrestling. Hopefully finally beating freaking Donkey Kong and my sneaky cats. Tonight we are playing Mario Superstar Baseball. We are absolutely losing right now. Yeah, take care of my audience. I'm gonna get food and crash for 12 hours. You have fun with that, Manga Common. Yeah. Thank you very much, man. Have a good rest of your night. I will try to as well. But yeah, like, if you're unfamiliar with me, I play mostly wrestling games on this channel. Obviously, this is not wrestling. This is baseball. I've been getting more into baseball lately, and I figure, you know, I kind of want to play this one, too. So, because I grew up with the Wii one, I never played this one. So far, it is really, really kicking my ass, I feel like. Like Mario, I mean, Mario and baseball don't fuck around, alright?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it say nice when it very much just goes to the glove?
So, how nice?
That's not nice. That's very frustrating. No! Are you kidding me?
Ooh, last chance.
Last chance here, yeah. Mario, I'm starting to think that DK beating you is part of the script.
So wait, look, before your rematch, I want you to do something since I did see on the screen. Can you go to the shop? Because there's a shop on the map.
There is a shop on the map, yes. But I've not really gotten a lot of money so far. But maybe I have enough to get something.
One thing pops to my mind. It's like, wait, for challenge mode, is that how you get the star power-ups for your captains?
That's a good question. Buy an item. Power bat. Everyone becomes a Homer machine with this. Only good next game. Red fireball.
Awaken someone to the power of the... Oh. This is how you get the star power-ups in challenge mode.
Whisk... Okay, well, hold on then. We need... Okay, well then hold on then. We gotta fucking do a couple things then. Here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that explains everything.
Yeah, that explains a lot. Hold on. Hold on then. We gotta fucking actually, take a bit of a detour here. Then.
Oh, I gotta walk it off. Win the game.
Oh! I can get them, Piantas and other guys too through these. Alright, I didn't know that. You know, if I could hit the ball. Nice! Yoshi!
No! Ooh.
Yeah, we're playing it safe here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Boo. Take us home, brother. Oh, he will! He will! He will! He did it!
Let's go.
He curved that shit to the left of field and rode the foul line, and it was still fair. Heck yeah, dude. I'll win next time for sure. And we got Monty Mole too. Let's go. Wow.
And the other way to like earn coins is like through those mini games.
Mm-hmm. Pink egg. Awaken someone to the power of the egg. Dude, awaken someone to the power of the egg is an incredible sentence.
For non-egg layers.
For non-egg layers. Awaken someone to the power of the egg. To the power of the dubious mind.
Dubious mind?
So what's the power of the cunning mind? Power of the green fire.
Of the flame.
Buddy emblem. Only good next game.
Yeah, these are like one-time buffs.
Easier for everyone to get hits. Oh, only good for next game. Okay. Well, I feel since we have Wario here, we gotta give him that. So. Wario learned to pitch the phony ball. Here, let me see here. It looks like you're playing... Or it looks like they're playing wall ball. Pitching is crucial in that game, you know. Hope you're accurate.
Haha, wow, we do have a very good picture.
Well, we do have one. We have one man for the job. The dubious mind himself, of course. Waluigi. Normal. Oh, we're just facing a bunch of toads here, huh? Wall ball. Oh, wait, that's it?
Yeah, but as you can see, you do not want to hit the Bowser wall.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I see.
Lightly tap it.
Nice. Dude, I'm about to put them at a huge deficit. Oh no, they're about to put me at one too. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. We could cook here. Oh wow, he's just gonna tank all of that, huh? Okay, well that's not fair.
As long as it ends on the bingo thing, then it should be fine, but... It's like, it's gotta be near max. Not quite max, but near max. Oh,
Mmm.
that's over.
Wait, hold on.
You got some points back though.
Yep, I get points back. Second.
Yeah, that yellow toad.
So wait, do I not get money then? Do I just have to go back now?
I actually don't know. Let's find out. Alex, you don't get any money.
Entry fee?
Damn.
Oh, wait, I literally thought I was in debt for a second. Wait, what about the Piantas? What do they do?
The Bomb-Bomb Derby.
Okay. The Bomb-Bomb Derby is about to start. Pyrotechnic time. You can play this minigame 3 more times. Oh.
The Home Run Derby.
Well, I know just the guy for this. Zach.
Yeah.
Petey Piranha.
Hell yeah! Petey Piranha, you're actually made for this. Just stand still.
Yeah, literally just stand still, dude. You can do it. Nice! There you go, buddy. Ah! No, like, literally, Petey can't move, so.
Yeah.
Nice.
Perfect.
Perfect. Cool. Nice. Congratulations. Oh wait, is that really all I need to do?
Yeah, just get 1,000 points.
Cool.
Well, for the easy mode, yeah.
I probably need to like do quite a few for, you know, the other one.
Yeah. I win.
But I mean, I look at it, as you can see, like despite the short map, there's a bit of progression here.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I want another crack at this. I feel like this one could be pretty easy if you actually know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're able to set your, you know, opponents up.
Oh wow, man!
We could do it. I feel like we can do this at normal mode.
Mm.
That rose looked like a brain for a second. Nice.
Oh, it's time to go to Mario.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh, this position again. No!
Nice.
Oh, okay.
What? Okay.
I could go back down, huh?
I didn't even realize that.
Looks like you charged up or something.
Nah.
It's gotta be an ad at the tip, holy shit.
That's hippie top, yeah. I think I really, like, screwed myself there, too, so. What?
Oh, is there more to this game that we don't know?
I feel like that there is. Whatever, I'm fine. I got what I needed. Wow.
But entry fee. What do you have to offer?
Yeah, what do you have to offer, Shy Guy? Give me some of what you got, brother. The piranha plants are giving everyone fits. Let's put a stop to them. You can play this minigame 3 more times. Okay, what do I do here?
Yeah, is there a rule section right here?
Piranha Plant Panic. I have no clue what you want from me for this, so I guess I'll pick Birdo. Easy.
At rules.
Throw eggs at piranha plants. You score points if you throw eggs of the same color as the piranha plants. If you throw an egg of the wrong color, they will fight back with fireballs. You clear the game if you get the most points within the time limit. You can dodge fireballs by ducking. Press square to drop an egg. You can hit a purple giant piranha plant with any egg. Sometimes sometimes a bomb will appear. Throw it at a piranha plant to get lots of points. You can also interfere with other players by throwing bombs at them.
Okay.
Oh, okay, you just lose time. Got it. Oh, wait, they could just, like, throw... Okay, they could just throw those guys at me, then. Hey! Hey, yo!
Stop it!
Okay, I need to pay a bit more attention, I feel like.
You're also supposed to be one to duck.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
Stop it! Stop it!
I'm just getting pelted, man! Whew!
Bro.
Dude, I was just getting pelted there. Dude, you can only play that 2 more times. What?
Whoa!
Okay,
at this point, I'm losing money on this.
Yeah.
Let's kind of just...
Junior over there.
Bowser Jr. is right over there, yeah. No, you know what? I'm going to do the Bomb Derby one more time.
Can you go to normal this time?
I think I can do normal.
Wario.
He has such humongous muscles. What?
15,000 points to clear this time.
Like, even, like, larger than I'm used to seeing him have.
Yeah.
1,500 points, it looks like. Yep. Oh, I see. There you go. That's what we're looking for. Nice.
Woo.
It's gone. Whoa!
Whoa! Man, that felt unfair.
I guess I should have been more ready. There we go. Nice.
Yeah, more consecutive home runs, you get the higher multiplier.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I like how it gets more fireworks in there, too.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Don't choke right here. King Bob-omb. Wow. There you go.
He's a big bonus.
All right, cool. Cool, we take those.
Yep.
Ooh, all right, well, do I get more money out of that? Dude, dude, the Pianta's sad that, like, he had to give me money. Alright, we're gonna do red fireball. And the whiskered eggplant.
Waluigi is definitely gonna need that for his pitching.
Absolutely. He's gonna need the liar ball. Anyways, I want to face you again. So that way, maybe I can earn some more characters to play with.
That's right, so there's actually a surprising amount of death in this mode.
Oh, I know. Win the game. Alright, well, I'm not really acting like I want to win it, huh? There we go.
Oh,
that's a homer!
Yeah, hook up home run! Dude! Home run!
The first home run, and it's against Bowser Jr. Let's go. Holy shit, dude. I worked so hard to get a home run in this game, and no one's around to see it now.
This shit beats up to the beat.
This shit, I really, really hate you.
Your brows.
I hate you too, brother, but you don't hear me complaining. Alright, here we go. I'm around to see it. Hi, Infinite. Thank you for being around to see it. Was it cool? Did I make you proud? So I'm putting some more fucking... First off, running on this team because we're still very slow.
Yep.
So I'm putting the blue Noki on here. Can I, like, change their colors, Zach, or no?
I thought you could, but I guess not. Well, I know you can in the regular mode, but maybe not in challenge mode.
I mean, that would be weird because, like, I started with all 4 of the Magic Koopas, and now I can't switch them back. So...
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like, I started with all 4 Magic Koopas, and now for some reason I just can't switch them back.
Are they... You must be able to.
Look it up real quick.
Oh boy, alright.
Please? Please?
Pretty please?
Please, can you do that for me? I would like that a lot. Yes, I'm proud. Thank you. Unfortunately, we can't recreate that magic here. Where it matters. Where it really fucking matters for us to be able to do it. Ow! Alright, cool.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, when you're on the lineup / team select screen, you can press the X button when you're on that particular character.
Infield fly!
Damn. That's tough.
Dude, that was an infield fly into a double play. It was bad. You know, it's not bad. We have it. The liar ball. Now we can use it to strike out that friggin' ignoramus Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm.
No!
Oh, no, Logan, no!
Ah, I choked that so bad.
Yeah.
That was a
error
big...
right there.
Yeah. That was a fantastic error, honestly. Not really fantastic, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. He's dead.
Sit down, Goombert. Here we go. Hey, monkey, are you smart enough for this? Absolutely not.
Oh.
No, you're not, you dumb ape. Here we go. You sit your big dumpy down. It is now time for the garlic ball. Oh, it's foul. Of course it is.
I was on the wrong side of the plate to hit that as well.
Oh yeah, was it a ball?
Yeah, it looked like a ball.
Yeah, Mario's not fast enough to run that out.
Yeah. Do you see that gut?
Dude, he worked... Dude, when he was at the gym, he worked everything on his arms and nothing on his core.
That's actually a skipping leg day.
What legs are there to work, Zach? He barely has any. That felt like a ball. That was a ball, too. That was a ball, too.
That was also a ball. Man, he knows your he knows your style.
My style of fuck it, swing at everything.
Yeah.
I feel like getting a walk in this game is exceptionally hard, though.
Hey, didn't try.
I played a lot of Super Sluggers growing up, and I think maybe it happened like once. So, once at most. Nice. Cool. Dude, why do they have such stubby bats? Ah, Koopa! Koopa. Nice! Run it out, Yoshi!
Down, though.
Yoshi, don't let me down! Dang it!
Oh. Oh.
Barrel! Barrel! Why?
No barrel this time.
Dude, do I love the sound effect there?
Yeah.
It's really good. Alright, well, we're gonna get them out here. Cool. I do enjoy, like, the telekinesis that they have, like, with their bats. Though, that was always something I really liked.
Yeah, so what the Void Drag Silver, they have psychokinetic powers.
Like, dude, they were so... Dude, they're way too scared to bring that back in, like, newer sports games, where, like, you just have characters that are just, like... Why can't he hold this? Well, why can you hold this?
Yeah, there's
Wow.
they don't, the Goombas don't have the arms. Fuck it, just to make the bat float.
I mean, they kind of brought that back in, like, Mario Kart World. But, you know, that's... I can't think of any other recent examples besides that, where you just have a lot of weirdo characters playable for no reason other than it's fun.
Yeah. Oh.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Whiffed. You don't have the speed for that, brother. I'm sorry.
It's our chance.
And then he gets eaten by a friggin' critter right there.
Yeah, yep. More Psychonicus Goombas.
What
it's
are they
almost
doing in
time
the
for
jungle?
3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Is it?
Is it really?
Oh.
Well, Yoshi, I really needed you to do that, man. Why didn't you? I really needed you.
Tell me why.
I really needed you to hit that. Or I really needed you to catch that, dude.
You did it.
Instead, you jumped. You jumped! Nice. No, I snoozed that. So we're gonna keep going with it. The fact they're not taking that is incredible.
Yeah. Whoa! Oh!
I mean, they didn't leave their base anyways, so...
Well, I'd say you could have walked the first.
Oh, what? Oh, what? Did the first base guy leave, too? Or did the first base runner leave, too?
Yeah.
Well, it's fine. We got out of there fully unscathed, so... One more. Just dribbles it to the friggin' shortstop. You said it, brother.
Yeah, baby.
Dude,
yeah,
the Pianta! The Pianta got to third base.
The slowest shit Pianta.
The slowest shit Pianta got to third base. That's incredible. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah.
Nice. Finally, we're ahead of this count, dude. Oh, it was just fair, too. Yay.
Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back.
It's fine, we just need to maintain at this point.
Just the single run.
The single run. We just need to maintain at this point. Good. Is that to say that Koopa looked very game? So.
Yep.
And so does the Paragoomba. So.
Bro, he just swings.
I know, right? He puts everything he has behind those swings. Ooh!
Ooh.
Ah! I tricked you. I got you, brother. Look at that. I curved it.
1-0. Finally.
Finally, we put this monkey down. It took forever.
Deserved.
What?
Deserved MPP.
Yeah, it's deserved. You know what else is deserved? This ad break.
Hey.
While I stretch for a second.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Don't take it personally. This makes sense.
Oh, God.
All right. I know they can.
Hey, Mom, check out Toby's new trick.
Oh, my... Toby! No! Make him stop!
Time to get your carpet cleaned? Call today about our $99 special.
Call 1-800 100 steamer. Stanley steamer gets carpet cleaner.
You squeeze, you roll, you press. Now your bathroom looks a mess. And why is it impossible to get out the last drop of toothpaste? There's got to be a better way. Introducing Touch and Brush, the hands-free toothpaste dispenser that works with just a touch. Touch and Brush works with virtually any size tube and secures easily onto any surface in seconds without any tools. Watch, press on the airtight suction cups, insert your favorite toothpaste, then pop on the cover. There's no electric or batteries to replace. It's that easy. Touch and Brush neatly dispenses the perfect amount of toothpaste in just 1 second every time. So now sticky bathroom sinks are a thing of the past. The secret is our patented technology. As the toothbrush gently pushes the pump arm, vacuum force pulls fresh toothpaste from the tube and dispenses it right on the brush. The best part is Touch and Brush uses every last bit of toothpaste, so there's no struggling for that last drop. Then when you're done, simply place in a new one, and you're ready to touch and brush again. Tired of the kids leaving behind a morning mess? No problem, because now it's easy and cool to brush before school. You can even apply toothpaste with just one hand. Amazing! Touch and Brush looks great with any bathroom decor. Touch and Brush, the hands-free toothpaste dispenser that works with just a touch.
Coochie coochie coo! He so has your peanut butter.
Well, he's got your jelly.
Time for a feeding.
No!
Ah, jam it.
Crazy good!
Om nom nom, oh excuse me, we're back my dudes.
We're back! Oh, look, I think you're muted again.
Oh, I can't believe we did that.
Yeah, alright.
Stick with me, monkey, and you'll go places. Darn, we lost. Oh well, howdy, teammate. I just plain rock. I always wanted my own monkey. I win. We got
quite a few characters.
We got everyone from there, I think.
Wait, do you actually have to beat Peach?
I think I do. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sure do. Wait. Can I, like, play in my own stadium? No, I can't. No, that may as well just be my home base.
Yeah.
Ah, Bowser Jr., you little... you little turd. I went easy on you last time. We're playing real hardball this time.
Oh, yeah!
Alright, let's do it.
Go.
Oh, wait. I was, like, trying to back out for a second. I wanted to see if it was possible. Wait, did I not get Diddy?
No,
all that work and I didn't get Diddy Kong?
Nope.
That's insane to think about, dude.
Oh, that means you have to get him by Bowser Jr. now.
Alright, whatever. I'm pretty good with... I'm pretty fine with this team comp here, so... I enjoyed the Piantas better than Petey Piranha anyways, so... So that's all good with me.
Play
ball! We're the Mario Brothers.
Plumbing's a game.
Again. So on and so forth.
Oof. There you
Fire
go.
pitch.
Run, Mario, run.
Yeah. That right there's a double. There you go. Incredible work. Nice. Not nice.
Not nice.
Go
Not
back.
nice. Not nice.
Not nice. Ah, man. Okay. All right, Toad. The worthiest Toad of all. I swear. Nah!
Ooh, big play.
Big play. I saw that text. Let's go. Let's go.
Wario just sent down.
Dude. Dude, he's straight lounging right now.
Oh my. Would you? Woo! Dude, there were some. Those are two very close plays.
Yeah. Those were very close. We got it. Get a hit.
Please.
Easier said than done with this guy, honestly.
Yeah.
This game feels faster than the Wii game, too. The more I play it. It feels like a faster game in general.
It's probably it's probably what's tripping you up the most.
Honestly, yeah. I feel like they slowed things down on the Wii because of the motion controls.
Yeah. What?
That was a ball. Get out of here. Ah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. Piazza, I believe in you, dude. Maybe. Ah!
I'm not too sure.
Really now? Okay. Fine. Yeah!
So happy.
Dude, I want his energy. Look at him. Maybe not when he's striking out, but you know.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. Yeehaw, brother. I'm sorry, but I want that sound clip now.
Yeah.
Someone please remind me to get the sound clip of Toad saying yeehaw. Because that right there is awesome.
Oh.
No, why did you move out of the way of it?
Third.
Yep, I had a feeling he was gonna round to third. Dude, that was such an easy ball to get to. That's foul. Get back here, you bitch.
Well.
Yeah, like if you curve the ball enough, then it's going to like count as a ball, but if you only curve it slightly, it's a strike. There you go.
Yep.
All right, we managed to make it out of that with no damage.
Yep.
Ooh. Dude.
It's barely in the strike zone. Oh shit.
Dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was my fault.
Butterfingers.
Yeah, Butterfingers is right.
Oh.
Dude. Yoshi, please. Nice.
Thank you, Yoshi.
Thank you, Yoshi. Good.
Yoshi got my back.
Mario, no.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, but that was a. I'm sorry, but that was a freaking star hit. Probably because I only have like the one, yeah. Yeah. No hits. Actually, don't say that because then he's gonna get hit.
Yeah, I was gonna say every time you guess on Waluigi.
Every time I gas up Waluigi, he gets a hit.
So I think I'm gonna say Waluigi.
Or like he fucking allows a hit. So
the only thing I'm gonna say is Waluigi. Please do a good job.
just freaking do it out there, dude.
Yoshi.
Nice, Yoshi.
Why does Toadsworth always play good against you?
Dude, he fucking heard me talk about his knees cracking and he took that personally.
Yeah. Oh shit though, strike Peach out.
This is against two really good pitchers in this game, so.
Mm-hmm. Well? Is that the strikeout though?
Nice. I mean, that's fine. I mean, at this point, my roster is pretty good, so.
Yeah.
Like at this point, I just want to.
Be greedy. Greed is good.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I really just want to get to Bowser though, so. I would really just like to get to Bowser. Finally! What? Dude.
Damn. Saw right through that.
He did see right through that. Wow. I mean, this is on normal, so... and normal, evidently, is pretty freaking hard, it feels like.
Yeah.
Nice. Got Daisy.
Oh, I'm Daisy.
Yeah, that you are. Yeah!
That energy.
I'm sorry, I just want his energy, chat.
It's just that happy all the time.
I want what he has. Yeah! 3 up, 3 down, Waluigi.
And potentially gain 2 characters as well.
Mm-hmm. We need to freaking draw on a run.
There you go, Waluigi. There you go.
Good. Just cutting right through the, just cutting right through the infield like that. That's all we need. Dude, the Piazza has like no contact. I feel like.
Oh, Waluigi, no!
No, why? Why?
I feel like wine.
Ah, dude, we gotta keep this going. Okay. Pitch him out. Nice. Yeehaw. Indeed. At the very least, I get to hear more of him.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
Yeah!
I'm sorry. He's just so good. Nice.
Another one.
Dude, it's just a carousel of them. It's good.
Oh.
No!
Oh!
Okay. Okay. All right. Yo! Caught her looking.
Your arch nemesis, apparently.
Oh, God. Dude. Anytime he comes up, it's like this. My worst... My arch rival, Toadsworth.
Every time!
No!
Every
No! No! Dude! Alright, we gotta get out of this jam here.
Or else you lose.
Mm-hmm.
It's against the captain. Ooh.
Nice guard to hit foul. Ah, dude, we got out of that.
That was a pickle.
Wario's still sitting there. It's good. He's the worst catcher ever. He's like not in the moment at all.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there, sitting on his ass. You know, he's just sitting on his ass. He's expecting everyone else to do it.
No thoughts, head empty type
Exactly. Yeah. Type-ish.
Go back, go back, go back!
Ah, Birdo! We take those. I completely forgot we were still trying to unlock her, I'm not gonna lie. I just want to win this. Well, we got the hit. That's good.
Oh, run, Mario!
Oh my god. Dude,
finally.
We were just winning these by 1. Like, it's 1-0 all the time here.
Mm-hmm.
we here at the Wario Garlics operate on razor-thin margins.
Like,
God
you were
damn.
falsely advertised about the sea.
Yeah, I know. I was falsely advertised here. I thought I was going to get power. We have not gotten any power. The most powerful guy on this roster is Waluigi.
Yeah. It ain't for his batting skills.
It is definitely not for... Wow! Magic Koopa. That's good.
Oh, time for the new Toad carousel again.
Yeehaw! Say it with me, everyone.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw! He's so pure.
Yeehaw!
Unaware of the world's ills is Toad.
Mm-hmm. Look at Wario.
Thank you, Wario, for doing nothing this whole fucking game. You know what? Yeah, that's fair, brother. You got that shit. Congrats. Took 6 innings, but we did it. Oh, how unfortunate. We lost. Why? Who's great? Me. That's right. Try not to fall in love with me, okay? There we go. Now we got Bowser.
Yep.
We could get him now, I think. We got that time. We can do it. Do we got Daisy and Toad?
Yep.
Both of them. But not Toadsworth. I don't want him on my team anyway. He's a piece of shit. No, you go away, sir. Who'd have thought that you'd show? That you'd show? Yourself. If I beat you, Wario will be the mightiest of all. I'm gonna turn you into a snack. Oh boy, brother. Vor. Here we go. I mean, honestly, this fucking team's been pretty okay. Only one that I would change is, you know, the Pianta. Ooh. We're gonna get Donkey Kong in there.
Yeah. Does Donkey Kong have any chemistry with anyone?
No, no, he doesn't. So I should probably get the blue Noki out of there and replace them with Dixie Kong. There you go. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, they have chemistry. Got it. So we got 3 Hammer Bros and 4 Dry Bows on this team.
Yep.
This right here is Bowser's Castle, I believe. You'll burn yourself if you touch the fiery bubbles. Careful when you're fielding.
Oh no. Bowser monsters.
Seeing a Bowser, like, you know, insignia with nostrils is really weird to me. Because I'm used to him not having those. Nope.
That's menacing music as well. Ooh.
So like apparently the whole crux of this game, right, is that Bowser wants someone to challenge him.
Yep.
Am I getting this right?
Yes.
Well, what if we just didn't do that? Right?
Oh, it's probably a start point thing.
Ah, dude.
Hey, already scoring.
Already scoring. I feel like that's like a. I feel like this is a new high for us. Wow.
Go back, Mario. Go back, Mario.
Yeah. Mario's going back. Mario is going back. Ah! You smashed that shit, dude. Nice! Nice, Mario. Alright, we need the cunning ball again, or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah, you keep running.
Yep. Ah, dude, we are racking it up here. We're raking now.
Wario actually came in clutch.
Finally, he actually did something here. I'm sorry, it's the garlic ball. Oops.
Yeah. Wah!
Okay, well, what about Wah?
Well, I was something like that. Oh, wait.
Nah. I mean, I smacked it, but still wasn't
We'll
enough.
find out later.
Alright, cool. Oh, it's in the lava. Dude, are we about to win this on the first try?
Bro, I'll play it be like the final boss is like the easiest opponent.
Dude, Donkey Kong might have been easier. But we'll see. It's still only the first inning. That was incredible, Yoshi. Wow. Oh no, here we go.
Yeah, you should know Bowser is a pure power hitter, right? Yeah.
No, but Luigi's got us covered, dude.
They got the flames in there.
I know, right? Oh man, this right here is a Titan matchup here.
Oh,
no way!
Don't!
No! And I got greedy. Wow. Not only did I miss the freaking, like, in their homer, but I got way too greedy for it, too.
It's because of the thwomps.
It was because of the thwomps, brother. Oh no, dicks. Please.
Yeah. Whoa.
I mean, we're ahead by 2 runs, but I would like some more insurance. So.
Yeah.
Fire. No! I mean, that would have gotten him anyways. Whatever.
Yeah. Oh boy, it's a shadow we at least beat up.
Dude, always. Always. We fucking beat up this child here. Alright, cool. I always liked how the Boomerang brother just like used used a boomerang as his bat.
I know, right? That's hilarious.
To me, that's just very fun. So change up. Yeah, get out of here, brother.
Dude, I miss this kind of wacky.
Dude, I miss when things were like this, like form of like zaniness and cartooniness. So.
Yosh.
3 up, 3 down.
Let's fucking go. Ooh, start chance.
But not with Yoshi. Because we don't have his star ability.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it goes foul.
It was too far out.
Yeah, I should just let that go. Nice. Dude, this like top of the order is incredible. I feel like.
Oh, the dribbler.
That's fine. It's fine. He still got the RBI.
No, actually, no, he didn't.
Oh, what? What, Luigi didn't?
No, when you get hit into a double play, the RBI does not count.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Are we gonna get through this without seeing the fire, bro?
Sag.
Because he's like the only person on this team that has an actual bat. The Hammer Bro and the Boomerang Bro use like their actual like things that they throw.
Okay, back to the top of the order as well.
We're back to the top of the order.
Oh, she went to second first.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So now you guys play like you care? Got it. Well, here, eat the... Oh, no. Ow! Mario, are you okay? He, like, fucking pulled a muscle back there, dude.
Dude, I saw the way Wario slowly got. I was like,
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I don't go to second first, but whatever. Oh,
yeah,
okay, well, we saw him.
There it is.
That's some real hell yeah core. Yeah. That's some real hell yeah core right there with this bat. Anyways. Anyways, they're done. Oh, wait, no, we're not. We have 5 innings. Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. I guess. All right. I guess this is supposed to be a longer game.
Hello, Mario.
Ray J, how are you doing tonight, man? Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting where we're hitting fouls and not dingers. We've only gotten 1 home run in this game, and that was with Mario on Donkey Kong's level. We would have gotten another one here, but the Thwomp cock blocked us. So.
Oh, So you get Donkey Kong.
Another chance at the home run, maybe?
No.
Nobody will get a base hit.
Oh, okay, good thing you. Yeah. Damn.
Ouch. Yeah, that's reasonable since it's Bowser Stadium. Oh. Good contact on that, but still. Yeah, like if we could just maintain at this point, then we're good. But
it's the power hitter Bowser.
It's Bowser. But no, I've been having fun with this so far. I will say I'm pretty surprised that there's like a competitive scene for this, or at least like a mock competitive scene. It's called Ass Blast, and I was in the 4 Tuesday stream. I was watching like I think it was Grand Pooh Bear and someone else do like a semi-final match in like a streamer tournament, and I was just like, dude, they have this game modded to the gills at this point. What am I looking at?
I can't. I'm not too surprised since there's some like tech in this game.
Yeah. There's like a surprising amount of tech here, and the CPU doesn't really account for that. I feel like because we're just whooping them. 6 ways to Sunday right now. Now I should probably watch myself as I say that. Because not too long ago we were jobbing out to Donkey Kong over and over again.
Dude, he was your greatest enemy.
No, my greatest enemy was Toadsworth.
Oh, so sorry, yeah.
he was my biggest op.
Ooh. Oh. Wait,
no.
Go back though. Go back. Ooh.
Oh, that was almost, dude, that was almost an out. Oh!
Straight fire!
Straight fire, as Becky Lynch once said.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh!
No way! Luigi home run!
Look at him!
Dude, look at him. I'd be happy too. Look at this.
Dude, that was like on the tip of the power.
Mm-hmm. Leading by 5. Wait, time? Oh. Oh, the pitcher's getting tired. I see.
Bro, that's
I literally
like...
Dude, I enjoy how, like, the fucking thing that they do there is that they literally just, like, pause the game and then they do it.
Yeah, it was actually you.
Yeah. It's like someone, like, took the controller from you or something.
Yeah.
They, did it like that in the Wii version, too.
Oh, that's great.
Dude, we are cooking them right now. What?
Oh, alright, look, I will say also in this game. I get to see this from Luigi. Alright, look, you can go. Yes. Yeah, hammock. Man.
Dude, I was like trying to just get Kamek to run, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah. But no, look, I was gonna say, full effect, this challenge mode, you can also play as Bowser, and from what
Wow! From the Hammer Brother, dude. He hammered that ball alright. That was insane. Look at that.
Yeah, you threw it right down the middle.
He literally hammered that ball. Cool, bro. What was that, Zach?
You can play as Bowser in this challenge mode as well. But I remember, in order to do that, You literally have to win the challenge mode with like all the captains. From what I remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be like a hidden thing. Basically, you play as Bowser and he goes on as like his conquest type shit.
His conquest.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Up beating everyone. Yeah.
I almost want to do that. Just so I can play as Bowser. We really have an all-star team here, I feel like, so.
Yeah.
Ah, no, Yoshi. Yoshi! Ow! Dude. Mario, stop hurting yourself out there. I can feel the struggle doing a home run with everyone. I mean, again, the only two that we've done was with Mario and Luigi. So. We've seen, like, other characters get home runs, but not on our team. We've seen, like, Donkey Kong get one, and we just saw the Hammer Brother get one, too. So. Ah, dang. Okay. Nice.
It's the game.
Fantastic. We were only the Wario beasts or whatever we were. Rather, the Wario greats. Like, once.
Okay, look, I remember. To unlock Bowser's team to use, you have to clear challenge mode on special difficulty.
Okay. Your team is number one.
Look at him. Yeah, look at him.
Everyone's celebrating around Waluigi. As they should. Oh my god. Wait, he has the pennant now. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I win.
Cool. So wait, is that it?
Ah.
Congratulations.
I win.
Challenge the next level.
The next level. What's the? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You get to keep everyone as well. Like carries over your save data.
You can now select Bowser's Castle and the Star Dash minigame. You can now select the fire level. You can now use Petey Piranha. Wait, who's locked in free play? Save clear data. Star mission results will be retained if you save.
Yep.
Cool. Great. Fun. Mushroom level cleared. Yeah, I feel like that's like pretty like quick and breezy to get through if you just kind of, you know, I'm a bear down on it. So, well, I want to see who's like locked before we raid out. Okay, I don't see the Hammer Brothers here. You see Toadette here at all? Because I don't.
Toadette. No, I do not.
I do not see Toadette here. That's crazy. Alright, cool. I also don't see Dix in here. I don't see the Hammer Brothers. I don't see... What character is... Or what character is not here that is in Mario's lineup?
Oh, wait, what's the question?
What character is not here but is in Mario's lineup? Because I'm trying to think of it.
Monty Mole.
Monty Mole, got it. Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, look, guys, I see what's going on. To log Monty Mole, you... okay, I got clear challenge mode as Mario, Toadette as Peach, Dixie as Donkey Kong, Baby Luigi as Yoshi, Petty Piranha as Wario, and the Hammer Brothers as Bowser.
Oh, okay. Man, okay. Well,
yeah.
I was looking through here and I was like, dude, who's missing? And it's Baby Luigi. So,
bro, when I saw the game say, like Baby Piranha, it's like, I suppose I didn't before. I was like, oh, that's what they mean.
yeah. And I guess the Hammer Brothers are like a power type, so.
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to see like. Oh wait, can you not have like multiple of like the same character on here? I enjoy how the red one has a scowl. Wow! No, you can't. You can't have multiple of the same guy on here. That's weird.
They could though.
I mean, that's literally how it was in, the challenge mode. So I'm a little bit. So yeah, that's
your starting lineup.
It was, yeah. Like he was part of the starting lineup. But then I took him out and I couldn't use him again. That's weird. There might be something I'm missing, but either way, I think we're done for tonight, y'all. This was very fun. We're gonna be back on Saturday with some SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 Universe mode. I will be having a friend over here while we do it. Siren Skylark. He'll be joining me for that. And we're going to be trying to get this goddamn championship off of Jack Swagger.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get jobbed.
Dude, he doesn't want to lose to anybody on this roster. In fact, he wants to squash everybody on this roster. Like he's literally what people think Aleister Black is, but in a video game. Like he'll squash the Undertaker. He'll go 6-1 in an Iron Man match with CM Punk. Like this man is unhinged. He's completely unleashed and unchecked, and he needs to be stopped. So
he's politicking like Hulk Hogan.
Yes, you know what? Yeah. Fuck him for that. Fuck him for that. Big time. Big style, you could say. Wow. But yeah, this was very fun, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and send y'all over to somebody. I don't know who yet, but it will be someone.
Someone we know.
At least someone I think I know.
Do you think you know him?
You think you know him?
Yeah.
I might send you over to my friend Itsune. I haven't raided into them in a while. I think they're making a VTuber model right now. Oh yeah. They're fucking around with Blender at the moment. They're really cool. They're one of my first VTubing friends that I made in this scene. I would really appreciate it if y'all gave them some love, maybe a follow as well. There's the raid message. Thanks. Thank you, Zach, for joining me on this. I'm gonna be trying to grind through this in my off time, and we might come back to it to play Bowser's side of it because
yeah.
Because I don't know, that just sounds very fun. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that. But again, on Saturday, it's more SVR 2011 Universe mode with Siren Skylark. It's the road to Night of Champions. We're gonna get this belt off of Jack Swagger, so help me God. Join us for that. If you've not done so already, I would appreciate a follow on the channel. Join the Discord as well. We have a lot of fun over there. I screen most of the new AEW shows over there and some other wrestling shows as well. Here are my socials. I'm on a lot of things. I'm on Blue Sky, TikTok, YouTube, other various items, go and follow me on those. I would really appreciate it. And I will see you all on Saturday. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.